Do you remember the year? That season, the Cubs, the Indians, won the World Series. You don't, do you? But this year, one city will live it. You need not remind the faithful in Chicago, in Cleveland. Dreams don't always come true. This year, they will. For those men we call ball players, for those fans in the stands, for those in Cleveland, in Chicago, Illinois, Ohio, the Midwest, the nation, and the world. With one win, one city will experience the year it finally happens, as the hopes of generations come down to one game. Game 7 of the 2016 World Series.
And a welcome to you. On November 2nd, it's Game 7 of the 2016 World Series. A World Series that features the Cleveland Indians and the Chicago Cubs, tied at 3 games apiece. And now welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. The Hall of Famer John Smoltz is coming right up. Well, those two words are pretty sweet when they're put together in professional sports, right? Game 7. And in baseball, they're just a little bit sweeter. Think about it. Pitchers and catchers report to spring training in mid-February. Fans flock down to spring training, either to Florida or Arizona, to watch their favorite teams. And then, starting in April, it's a 6-month love affair with their favorite ball club. They get to know them. Players get to know each other. Peaks and valleys through the season, and for those teams that get to October, it's peaks and valleys even in the month during the early rounds of the playoffs. Well, now here we are in the World Series, and we have determined nothing in this classic series between Cleveland and Chicago tonight. 176 years of combined frustration ends for one side. I welcome in my Hall of Fame partner, John Smoltz, and my friend, you have pitched in a Game 7 as a starter in your career in a World Series. Simply put, what does Game 7 mean to you?
Well, it's the greatest feeling in the world, and well, long before you ever put on a uniform to play in the big leagues, you better dream of this moment. You've got to want this moment, and you can't be afraid to fail. There will be a moment in this game that everybody remembers. Don't create it. Embrace it. 2 pitchers on the mound have the perfect temperament, I think, to lead their team for a chance to victory. These are the games you dream of playing. The player that can slow it down the most will have the best success.
Well, as we look at this game specifically tonight, to me, it's the rested and ready Indians bullpen, and for the Cubs,
it's about adjustments, and they've made adjustments offensively. They've adjusted their lineup, Schwarber in the 2nd spot, but they've adjusted with the breaking balls and not chasing as much. If they get mistakes and hit them, they got a chance to avoid that bullpen that can lock it down for the Indians.
Let's go down to the field. Here's Ken Rosenthal.
Joe, the Cubs have a new middle reliever tonight. His name is John Lester, and he will enter only at the start of an inning. Lester will be on just 2 days rest, but this is the day he normally would throw about 40 pitches in the bullpen anyway. He should be good for 2 comfortable innings, maybe 3. And once he enters, his catcher, David Ross, will enter along with him, playing the final game of his career. Ross said that his wife, Hyla, was emotional as they left the team hotel today. Now over to Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Ken. 5 years ago, Corey Kluber was a 25-year-old minor leaguer with a 6 ERA. That's when he discovered a 2-seam fastball, the pitch that got him to the majors, to a Cy Young Award, and now to the brink of history. He's trying to become only the 2nd pitcher, the first since Mickey Lolich in 1968, to start and win 3 World Series games. Now, Kluber will do so with a team behind him that is red hot, but listen to this. This is something out of another era. Lolich did that in 1968 when there was no DH, when there were no divisional playoffs. So tonight, Corey Kluber is looking to turn back the clock. Back in '68, it had been 20 years since the Indians won the World Series. Tonight, Corey Kluber tries to end the drought at 68. Joe?
Tom, thank you. Well, this place is beyond electric. Will it end for the Cubs tonight, who haven't won it all for 108 seasons of wait till next year? And for Cleveland, will they end their 68-year drought We'll find out on the other side. It's Game 7. In your entire life comes down to this. Don't screw it up.
Game 7. No tomorrow. One team will leave here a champion, the other with a lifetime of remorse. It started as a little boy, a dream, a love affair with the game. Now, the dreams of an entire city rest on your shoulders. Anticipation, excitement, anxiety, that pit in your stomach. It all comes down to tonight. One game to walk forever in history. A World Series champion.
There are many Cub fans in attendance wondering if they will see history tonight that favors Chicago. Same can be said for the hometown Cleveland Indians and their fans. This place is buzzing. It's been buzzing for the last couple of hours, but I will say this, there's also a tension here, and at times it gets a little quiet when people get overwhelmed with the moment. 69 degrees. Another gorgeous night in Cleveland, Ohio, and we give you a look at the Chicago lineup. Same lineup that Cleveland faced last night. Dexter Fowler, Kyle Schwarber, Chris Bryant. In the middle, Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, and Addison Russell. A 6 RBI Game 6 for the 22-year-old. Then Wilson Contreras, Jason Hayward, and Javier Baez. You see in this World Series in 2 previous starts, that group hitting .205 against Corey Kluber. Off we go. Strike one. Fowler just 4 for 25 in this World Series. As we've talked about all postseason, when he gets on, when he scores runs, these Cubs usually end up on top.
Ball 1. That side of the plate is going to be very important. See how it's called for Corey Kluber. The first game, he loved that side of the plate and had the Cubs mesmerized, taking a lot of pitches.
Ball 2. Way louder last night in Game 6. There's a nervous energy in this park. The 2-1. That's in the air to center. Back at the wall. It is gone. What a start. Dexter Fowler, hello in Game 7. 1-0 Chicago. Well, Dexter Fowler couldn't have drawn it up any better. Maybe he had a dream about that last night, but he puts it into action. It's the first ever leadoff home run in a Game 7, and it belongs to Dexter Fowler.
Well, he let the moment and the count come to his favor. He's not afraid to take pitches, and you got to believe they're willing to make adjustments. When you see a guy for the third time in a really short time, you watch film, and at some point you got to take away what they did best. And he was patient, got the pitch he wanted, and drove it over the center field wall.
Last night, Chicago came up with 3 runs in the first inning, led 7-0 as people were just settling in. Now here comes a 1-1 to Schwarber. In for strike 2.
Well, Kluber gave up a run early in his last start in Chicago, and that was the only run he gave up. That's not going to bother him at all. Yeah, it's a leadoff home run, but I promise you that's not going to shake his confidence or his pitch selection just because the first hitter tallied a run.
Here's a 1-2. That's Kluber off the mound, can't get to it. What a play, but safe as Lindor couldn't get Schwarber. 1 on, nobody out. And bad knee and all, Kyle Schwarber down the line to beat the throw from Lindor.
Well, you got to believe, look how far Lindor's coming from the shortstop side in the shift, bare hands it, and tries to make a miraculous play because he was playing so deep and over, out of position. Schwarber, he can do no wrong right now.
5 for 13 now in this World Series. And again, a guy who thought his season was over on the 7th of April when he collided with Dexter Fowler in left center in Arizona. Tore 2 ligaments in his knee, and man, what a comeback story. Here's Bryant. Bryant went deep last night in the first inning, and we remind you, for coverage of this game in Spanish, please tune to Fox Deportes.
Everybody knows what's at stake, right? So there's tension on both sides, and you need tension breakers. Right there, you can see what the Cubs have done when they score early. You can see the freedom in their at-bats when somebody gets a big hit early. They know what's in front of them, and that's in front of them is the bullpen for the Indians.
Good pitch from Kluber, strike 2. Corey Kluber is starting for the 3rd time in 9 days. 4-1 this postseason overall with an ERA of less than 1. He's been Cleveland's ace. Indians ask for another good one out of the right-hander, and that's just inside for ball 1.
That's a great pitch. He could have got the call. It's a taller Bryant, but after sending him 2 pitches away, he has basically, as has everybody else, thrown about 80% breaking balls to Chris Bryant this postseason. Lately, he got hot and hit one of them for a home run yesterday.
A 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. A 4-hit game in game 6. He's hit a home run in 2 straight games, Chris Bryant, and the first Cub with home runs in back-to-back World Series games. The 2-2. Full count.
Got underneath this cutter right here. You see it sail above the strike zone. I would think that even though it's a 3-2 count, he's going to have to throw his power breaking ball. This is the touch pitch you need. Decision makers 3-2, aggressive hitter.
Fly ball into right center, sends Chisenhall back, and allowed first out here in the first, and we go back to how it started with Dexter Fowler at the plate.
Well, this is that 2-seamer comebacker, and that's exactly what it did, but it fought right to the barrel. He knows he's hit it good. He doesn't know how good. That ball's up in the air a long time, and then he almost starts running backwards, letting everybody know, here we go.
And just out of the reach of Rajai Davis. A first inning run, now 1 on 1 out for that guy, Anthony Rizzo, who's digging in right now.
And you could read his lips. We needed that. He said that repeatedly, and that's exactly on the road. You'd love to strike first. The Cubs have the last couple games.
Schwarber at first, 1 out. Rizzo. Ball 1 up. Anthony Rizzo has been hot. Last 10 games, he's hit 3 home runs, hit .410. And last night, for as good as Chris Bryant's game was, well, he was just 1 notch below. 3 hits and a 2-run home run. In the air to shallow left center. Long run Davis. He's there. 2 out. One more time, the home run.
Well, perfect swing, good balance. You see the follow through, and then about 4 or 5 feet over the glove of Davis. Fowler hadn't done much up until that point, but what a perfect time to do something. A leadoff homer in the World Game 7.
Hitting 160 coming into tonight in this series. Now 2 out. Schwarber at first. Zobrist up. And Schwarber takes second base and was over halfway there before Kluber lifted his leg for the pitch. And a stolen base for Schwarber.
Well, you know, Kluber, it's the last thing on his mind, and he's already committed. The catcher maybe could have helped him out, but that might have forced a balk. That is a big jump.
Now Zobrist, who's been red hot, takes the ball low. 1 ball, 1 strike. We came into this series talking about the running game and how it was such an advantage for Cleveland. They've stolen 4 bases, been caught twice. The Cubs have 10 steals this postseason, haven't been caught yet. Typically a huge part of their game, but they'll take them when they're there, and that was there for Schwarber. 1-1 pitch to Zobrist. Got under it, flies it into right. Chisenhall is there. And it's a 1-run first. And it started with a bang. Dexter Fowler, the leadoff man. His second of the series. and backing his way towards second base and exciting the fans at Murphy's Bleachers in Chicago. After a half in Game 7, 1-0. Cubs on top. Sponsored by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Now Cleveland coming to bat, and they take on the young right-hander Kyle Hendricks. Top three: Santana, Kipnis, and Lindor. In the middle, it's Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, and Lonnie Chisenhall. The back end of it, Rajay Davis gets the start tonight. Coco Crisp is in left, batting eighth, and Roberto Perez in that number 9 spot. He's hit 2 home runs this World Series. Now the defense behind Kyle Hendricks. Zobrist in the outfield in left. Fowler in center. Hayward in right. Around the infield, third to first, Bryant Russell. Baez and Rizzo. Again, it's Contreras behind the plate. Chicago is pinning its hopes on the right arm of the 26-year-old calm and cool Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah, Mr. Under the Radar. Nobody talks about him. And yet all he's done is put up those numbers and the regular season numbers. Now the challenge for the Cleveland Indians is, I think they need to be aggressive. Throw pitch counts out the window. But you've got to get the ball up. He can throw that changeup, cutter, and curveball below the zone.
That's in the air to right, but right at Hayward. And what a bad break for the Indians as Santana smoked it.
But I think that's the approach. He throws more strikes than most pitchers in the game, so the best pitch to hit sometimes is the first one. I think the Indians have seen him now multiple times, and they're going to have to take away his changeup. First pitch, good swing, and a good feeling, even though it did not result in a hit.
The batter will be Jason Kipnis. Kyle Hendricks has thrown 15 straight scoreless innings this postseason coming into this start. The kid who grew up a Cub fan is trying to ruin the night for a lot of his boyhood friends. Talking about Kipnis as he takes on Hendricks. Took a strike. And now the next. Strike 2.
He just does a great job with an easy motion, not overpowering fastball, but 2 fastballs. A sinker moves away from the left-handers. A cutter, more straight, keeps the hitter from diving out over the plate. His changeups are virtually unhittable when thrown properly, both to a left-hander and a right-hander.
Ball 1. Hendricks started this season as the number 5 man in the rotation for Joe Madden. He led the big leagues in ERA at 2.13. up to the number 2 spot. And in the biggest game of his life, a strikeout for out number 2. Look at the company he's keeping with this streak he's on. Lou Burdett and Bob Gibson, the longest scoreless inning streak entering a World Series Game 7.
It's amazing, and there hasn't been, at least I haven't heard a lot of talk about him. It's all about Kluber, and rightfully so. Kluber, the best pitcher for the Indians, pitching 3 times. Well, the Cubs have not used anybody on short rest yet of their starters. So that's that balance we were talking about coming into the series, and if it goes to 7, that was going to be the storyline.
Lindor takes a strike. Over 68% of the time, Kyle Hendricks threw first pitch strike. And he's done that to each of the first 3 hitters here in this intense Game 7. That's Baez. And from a knee, a bad throw and safe. And Baez rushed it a bit, didn't get up, and that cost him.
Well, you're going to see his back foot slip. Watch his back foot. He loses his back foot even more when he goes to throw. See it slip right there? And that slip cost him to be a little bit off balance. We've seen him throw a lot of unorthodox throws and right on the money. But that little knee and probably a little wet grass right there, that is all it took with a changeup grip that he threw, and it sailed.
So it's an error on Baez, his 3rd of the postseason, 1st of the World Series. And the defense for the Cubs has been so good. Napoli will try to make Chicago and Baez pay for that. 2 out. Another first pitch strike.
Yeah, and all a pitcher wants to do badly is pick up his teammates, because his teammates pick him up all year. And so, as Kyle Hendricks knows, the biggest thing he's going to do is just execute pitches.
Well, Lindor does some landscape work in the area where he's going to take his lead. Lindor, a guy who runs, he stole 19 during the regular season. He's only been successful once this postseason, been caught 3 times. To the shortstop, broken bat, inning over. And Hendricks made that look easy, got around an error, and after 1 in Game 7, on a home run by Fowler, Cubs lead 1-0. World Series is sponsored by Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Chevrolet has earned more 2016 J.D. Power Dependability Awards than any other brand. Learn more at Chevrolet.com. This is the epicenter of the sports world right now. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Place is jam-packed. And here in the second inning, it's Addison Russell, Wilson Contreras, and Jason Hayward against Corey Kluber. Strike one.
Well, Kluber's been so good. And look, he throws two breaking balls. They're actually the same pitch. One he calls, or some people call a cutter. The other one is more of a slider. They classify it as a curveball because it breaks so much. But he basically determines the break and the reaction of the hitter. So he'll throw a tight one at 90 and another one about 84, 85 to 86 miles an hour.
0-1 pitch. Russell last night hit a ball into right center in the first inning that fell between Naquin and Chisenhall that went for a two-run double. But then he pounded a grand slam through an exit out in left center field to make it 7-0. His next at bat. He takes up and in 2 balls and a strike, and this 22-year-old is getting hot over his last 9 games hitting .324. Joe Maddon has shown him more and more confidence by bumping him higher in the lineup. Gets under it, and on the infield, it's Lindor to his right. I'm going to bring Ken Rosenthal in here as we tell you the home plate umpire is Sam Holbrook. First base umpire is Chris Guccione. John Hirschbeck is the crew chief. This is his final game. Marvin Hudson at third. Tony Randazzo is in left, and Joe West is in right. And Ken Rosenthal, it's been a long career filled with a lot of ups and downs for John Hirschbeck.
34 years, Joe, and he lives in Poland, Ohio, about 80 miles southeast of here. He's endured tragedy, physical hardship throughout his career. Lost 2 sons to a deadly genetic disease. Missed 1 season due to back surgery, twice returned to umpiring from cancer. His older son, Michael, frequently served as a bat boy for the Indians and also was one for the Red Sox when Terry Francona was their manager. Michael died at age 27 in April 2014, but John came back to the job he loved.
Will be missed as Contreras flies one into right. Chisenhall over near the line. Foul ball, 2 out.
Well, in the first inning, Kluber was not as sharp with that cutter. And he's made adjustments here in the second inning. He's been underneath a little bit of the fastball, and that's to be expected from time to time when you're rushing into 3 starts in a 7-game series. But as I mentioned, the home run did nothing to bother him. He'll get back on track if he keeps his hand on top of the ball. Just been underneath just a little bit early.
Hayward now actually had a couple of hits against Kluber last time Corey faced Chicago at Wrigley Field in Game 4. And he shatters his bat, pops it up to Lindor, and that is a quick top of the second. Bottom of the second with Ramirez, Chisenhall, Davis coming up for the Indians down 1.
holy grail of championships in all of sports.
That's what we're here to do. Bring it right home.
1-0 game with LeBron looking on. Akron native. And here he is cheering on the Cleveland Indians tonight in Game 7. First up, ball one low to Jose Ramirez.
And this guy would be tough for me to figure out. He hasn't looked off balance all series. He has been one of the better hitters all year for the Cleveland Indians out of nowhere.
There's a strike from Hendricks. We talked about how he hit .219 a year ago and just has made himself a tough out. Hit .312 during the regular season. And up on the count here, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, certainly each hitter will show you some weakness, right? And you got to expose it. It's up to the pitcher to get there, but he has done a nice job eliminating some of those boxes that a pitcher can go to.
That misses for ball 3. Chisenhall and Rajai Davis to follow, and that last pitch not called a strike, so the count 3-1. Full count.
It's just hard to shake. It's hard to shake Hendricks. Even his facial features, everything he does, he's very disciplined and confident in his routine.
That's off Hendricks. Russell can't make the play. Leadoff base hit.
Speaking of confidence, this kid is confident and he's a tough out. He just stays in there. He doesn't overswing. And on a 3-2 count, some hitters try to get a little too anxious and try to make something happen. He goes right back up the middle and deflects it off of Hendricks. Too much spin for Russell to try and barehand. You see that ball spinning, do or die play. Can't make it happen.
It actually hit off the right side of Kyle Hendricks. Looked like he got his glove over there. And then Russell couldn't do anything with it. So leadoff man is on, and here's Lonnie Chisenhall. He's 1 for his last 24 overall this postseason, hitting .200. Ball 1.
Chisenhall normally a pretty aggressive early count hitter. After the base hit, again, to approach a Hendricks, because you're sitting at home and you're going, that doesn't, it's 88. If you try to pull him, you're in trouble. You've got to have the approach up the middle the other way to have success if he does make a mistake in.
And then 89 looks a lot faster than your typical 89, and you see Chisenhall can't get around on it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, the perception he gives the hitter is when it comes out of his hand, it's a ball. And then the late movement makes it a strike. Nobody greater in the world than Greg Maddux at doing that. And then he can throw a complement of the curveball, change your eyes, change up, change the speed, and then the cutter off of the sinker.
We've already seen Kyle Hendricks has a great pickoff move. He's a good athlete. He's a terrific golfer. Doesn't really love to play that much. Doesn't like to practice, but one of those naturals. He's got great feet. And he showed that with a pickoff of Lindor. Here's one there, and he got him. Hendricks gets his second of the World Series. And he erases Jose Ramirez as he caught him.
He changed up the timing. Each hitter has a rhythm. They get a little hop step, and as he starts to move, watch him pick. And it's too late right there. Quick feet, gets a great throw, and of course Rizzo does the rest.
Just that little lean cost him. With 1 out now, a 1-1, base hit to left. Off the bat of Chisenhall.
I know what you're thinking at home. Now it's first and second, nobody out. Not necessarily, it changes the pitch selection too. Nobody feels worse right there than that young man trying to get an aggressive lead, possibly go.
So Chisenhall is on, and with 1 out, the batter will be Rajai Davis. who has saved all of his hits for this World Series this postseason. 3 out of 29 overall, 3 for 17 in this World Series. He had a big game 5. Couple of hits, 3 stolen bases. He can fly. Gonna be tough. Bryant Baez. He got them both. And a 5-4-3 double play from Bryant to Baez to Rizzo. And the Cubs are firing on all cylinders. A clear out at first, and after 2, 1-0 Chicago. World Series on Fox. Tonight's telecast is presented by T-Mobile One. T-Mobile lets MLB fans always stay connected to the game they love with unlimited LTE data. Welcome to Unlimited Baseball. This February, after the Super Bowl, the clock resets for more 24. We've got a new day and a new hero. Corey Hawkins stars in 24 Legacy, premiering right after the Super Bowl Sunday, February 5th on Fox. Super Bowl 51 coming your way from Houston, Texas in February. And during the break, starters, mainly the guy pictured there, John Lester, heading out to the bullpen in case he's needed. Baez with a big swing, strike 1. I'd be surprised if John Lester doesn't pitch in this game.
Yeah, but the situation's going to have to be right. Everybody assumes that John Lester, as good as he is and as great a year as he's had, he does have some weaknesses that regard the stolen base. So if the game's close, I don't know.
Baez takes the ball. The other side of it is, if you bring in Lester, you bring in the guy wearing a microphone for us tonight, David Ross. Those two are a package deal.
Yeah, no doubt. And certainly they're going to start him in a clean inning. They won't bring him in the middle of an inning.
Baez hits one in the air to left, didn't get all of it, and Crisp has out number 1. Dexter Fowler with a leadoff home run in the first inning, had 7 leadoff homers in the regular season, third most in Cubs history. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services.
406 feet. 406 big feet.
The last and only other Cub leadoff home run in their postseason history over 110 games. As Fowler rips one into right, but Chisenhall over to grab it. That ball was smoked. The only other leadoff home run in Cubs postseason history, Bobby Dernier. And he was here last night, and I would bet that if he was here last night sitting with John Cusack, he's in the park tonight. That was in 1984 NLCS Game 1 against the late Eric Schau and the San Diego Padres.
You know, we saw those pitchers walk out to the bullpen. There's not a greater walk in the world than trying to get ready to pitch a Game 7. When a starter walks out to get ready for that game, all his thoughts are by himself. All those memories and things that he thinks about when getting ready to pitch in a Game 7. That's much different. That's a nervous feeling. That's I'm ready, but I'm nervous because it's out of character of being down there. You're used to being in the clubhouse and the dugout. And certainly this is one unit that realizes everybody's available in a Game 7.
Like a greeting line down there for Arrieta and Lackey and Lester. Here's a shot into the right field corner by Schwarber. He's thinking too. The throw by Chisenhall. Schwarber out to end the third. What a throw by Lonnie Chisenhall on one. Hop in the tag by Lindor. Bottom of the third. Indians batting down 1. 7 of the World Series. A look from up above as Coco Crisp digs his way in. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Number 8 hitter for Terry Francona. Strike one from Hendricks. The Cubs are only the 9th team to crawl back from a 3-1 deficit and force a Game 7. It includes a Game 8 in the 1912 World Series in which there was a tie in Game 2. That misses. The 5 teams that have come all the way back to win, 3 of them did so by winning Game 6 and 7 on the road. Yankees in 58 over the Braves, 68 Tigers over St. Louis, and the 79 We Are Family Pirates over the Orioles. That's down the line. Crisp will dig for 2. Zobrist gets it back in. Double.
Well, I told you, you got to go the other way. You got to take what Hendricks gives you. If you try to pull and get aggressive, they're outs. If you go the other way, there are hits. Crisp is lucky he didn't get hit in the head on that little soft toss back from Russell.
So now we'll see how Cleveland wants to play it. The number 9 hitter Roberto Perez just walked down to Mike Sarbaugh, the 3rd base coach, and was told verbally, not through signs, what to do here. Cubs are expecting the bunt.
Yeah, Rizzo way in, almost on the mound from the distance between the catcher.
You can see he will cross the face of Kyle Hendricks, with Bryant backing up to the bag in case there's a play, and now time called by Contreras. Perez goes down to get more instruction.
Yeah, good pitch there. He laid off of it. Thought maybe that could have been a strike, but ball 1 count. See if that changes. There'll be a bevy of instructions here, maybe if it gets to 2-0 or if it's 1-1. But so important. This will be the toughest game period that each manager manages, and especially for Terry Francona with the weapons that he has. The opportunity to use them are so enticing, that being the bullpen.
The bunt. Rizzo will go to first. 1 out, tying run at 3rd, and a good sacrifice by Roberto Perez. And I think Rizzo made the right choice.
Yeah, it's a good bunt, but watch how fast Rizzo. You'll never see any other first baseman cover the 3rd base line. He's fearless. He gets in, and as a left-hander, he has an easier advantage to 3rd if he chose to throw to 3rd. But he thought wisely and got the sure out.
Keith Hernandez was pretty good at that play. Left-handed first baseman, one of the best ever. Rizzo got the out. Indians got their runner to 3rd. 1 down for Carlos Santana, who's hit 3 home runs this postseason in that pickoff play. I don't know of a team that uses this more than the Cubs. With catchers throwing behind base runners at 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Infield in, and they play Santana to pull. He does. Tie game.
Game of execution and adjustments. Santana off of Hendricks. Hendricks, a lot of curveballs against Santana. This one got up. He didn't miss it. Got it over Rizzo. Outstretched glove. And what a better feeling for the Indians early on here, tying it up.
Now Kipnis. Ball 1 outside. Jason struck out his first time. Is coming off a 3-hit night with a homer and a double last night.
Kent was almost looking right there. You can see he was a little frustrated. It looked like he was sitting off speed. If you sit off speed, you're able to look curveball and changeup. This a changeup and a hanger. But it moves so much. You can see the facial reaction.
Santana with a small lead. The go-ahead run at first with 1 out. But that list: Snyder, Campanella, Stargell, 4th player with multiple games with a double and a home run. Two and one, and the crowd is finally in full throat. Two on, 2-2.
This inning, Hendricks has gotten some pitches above the knee. Not typically good for him. He likes to work down, and as he works down, he can throw that changeup away and get him starting to get out in front to try and catch their cutter or fastball.
They are up in the Chicago bullpen. Mike Montgomery, the lefty. Left side. Can they turn it again? Bad bounce. What a play. And out. That's going to be reviewed. That hit the lip. And instead of an inning-ending double play, Baez tried to barehand it. I don't think ever had it. But out was the call for the moment. It'll be looked at. And it did hit the lip. Baez tried to rush it, and everybody's going to be safe.
Now, there is a transfer rule that the umpires have become that they think that's with the glove, but this one's with the hand.
It's not close. So Baez has made 1 error tonight. Hendricks got what he wanted, except that bad hop, and that's what threw that whole play off.
You remember I said there's going to be a moment in this game. Don't try and create a moment, embrace it. Take what the game gives you. If you try to do too much, the chances of making mistakes go greatly against you. Now, he may have tried this play a bunch of times in the regular season, but he's trying to turn 2. Get the out. Get the out. Know what the speed of the runner is and the circumstances, because I guarantee it's sped up for Baez right there.
They're still looking at it. Takes his eye off it as well, looking toward first base. Here comes the call. And Hendricks, not much of a reaction, but disappointed. Everybody's safe. 2 on, 1 out. Second error of the night for Javier Baez. And the 3-4 batters coming up for Cleveland. Opportunity.
Lindor in the earlier matchups got pitches over the plate that he was able to handle. Let's see if Hendricks tries to tie him up with the cutter and get him with changeups. 2 base hits last time he faced him.
Ball 1.
There he tried to go in exactly with the cutter. If he can establish the cutter in, then he can front door that 2-seam sinker and get him looking once he's established it. He was hoping to do that right there.
And here comes Chris Bosio. This game 7 may be hanging in the balance right here with the state of the Indians bullpen. While they talk on the mound, we remind you official caps, t-shirts, hoodies, jerseys, jackets, and more. Get all your Cubs and Indians World Series gear and celebrate your favorite team at MLBshop.com. Now Carl Edwards Jr., the right-hander, joins.
Well, we've already seen some outs on the bases. A pickoff. I don't mind Schwarber going for second with 2 outs. That's okay. And we've seen some misplays.
Two 0. 3-0. Let him swing on 3-0.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, it was too good of a pitch. It was a pitcher's pitch. You got to think in the middle end. This is a pitch you've got to drive if you're going to swing 3-0. Watch the location of it. See how it's outer third? That's something later on in your career you just got to be disciplined to see the inner part of that box and then let it go.
3-1 pitch. That's in the air to left. Zobrist in, stumbles a bit. The runners hold, and a big out picked up by Hendricks as he battles back from a 3-0 count on Francisco Lindor. 2 out. Again, trying to pitch around an error as he did back in the first inning, and again it's Napoli standing in his way.
Well, if Hendricks wants to stay in this game and provide more innings for the Cubs, that 3-0 comeback and getting an out, essential. You know your leash is short, and the one thing you can't do is show any cracks to give your manager the reason to take you out earlier than he wants to.
So far, Mike Napoli has been held in check in this World Series. One of 2 guys active in this game tonight who's experienced a Game 7. Takes a strike. He did so on the losing end in 2011 with Texas in a Game 7 loss in St. Louis.
Well, Hendricks has picked his spots, only thrown him a couple fastballs and then goes to off speed. I don't know if Napoli will be able to sit on a changeup.
Strike 2. And a bruise. Hendricks pitching to stay in the game. More importantly for Chicago, pitching to keep it tied. Napoli chokes up. 0-2 pitch. Ball 1.
There's the changeup. He threw him 6 in a row between 2 at-bats the first time they hooked up. He's got a changeup to righties that goes away, almost cuts. He's got a changeup that fades away from left-handers, so this fades into right-handed batters.
Hard hit right at Bryant, and a loud 3rd out, and a bad break for Napoli and the Indians. And the kid, Kyle Hendricks, pitches around another error and keeps it tied as Napoli hit it right to Chris Bryant. Game 7, why shouldn't it be? Tied 1-1 after 3. Middle innings start now. 1-1 game. Heart of the order for Chicago. Bryant, Rizzo, Zobrist. Fazio on the phone again. And any hint of trouble, Francona and or Mickey Callaway will do the same for Cleveland. Here's Bryant. Tied up on a ball inside.
Well, early on, I told you the home run wouldn't bother Kluber. The one thing that's been different, the first game he struck out 8, second game 3, game 7, he has yet to strike out a Cub.
On the outside corner, a good pitch, a ball and a strike.
Credit the Cubs, of course, for making adjustments, but at the same time, Kluber on 3 days rest twice.
Bryant's been hot. Takes inside.
The other fact, in game 1, they took 53 pitches. You see Lester getting ready. 24 strikes are what the Cubs took in game 1. In game 4, they took 33 pitches. Only 10 for strikes.
That's off the end of the bat, foul, 2-2.
So Kluber, as you see these numbers, never has there been a game where you know as a starter you're not going 7, or at least so it seems. You got to prevent from counting outs. Don't count outs, just get outs. And then when your manager says I'm going to somebody else, give him the ball and watch Miller and Cody, the rest do their thing.
Somewhere in this country, Bobby Cox is laughing hearing you say that.
I know it's the hardest thing in the world. I mean, I obviously never wanted to give up the ball, but I think when you pitch a game like this, you just anticipate never coming out unless it warrants you coming out, meaning you're pitching your way out, you're giving up runs. We've seen starters get taken out with no runs, 4 2/3 to go to their bullpen.
Another 2-2. Bryant takes just outside a full count.
And that's the pressure that we were talking about on Terry Francona as Bryant takes a cutter away. A fastball that cut at 95.
Bryant looking to charge one. Jumps it foul.
And so with Lester warming up right here, that's giving him the time to approach his entrance as a starter instead of a reliever. So he has a quantity of about, I don't know, 30 to 45 pitches a starter needs to get ready by structure and habit.
Left side base hit, and somehow Bryant found a hole. I understand that with regard to the Cubs and with regard to Joe Mountain with Lester up. But what I'm seeing is Kyle Hendricks. This moment's not too big for him. He's pitched around 2 errors. He just came back from a 3-0 count. And if you go to Lester, A, you lose Wilson Contreras because you're going to bring David Ross in the game, and B, you don't have Lester for that long. Then you have to go to other guys in the bullpen before Chapman. So if you make the change, be sure you're ready to see the end of Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. I mean, Kyle Hendricks is the reason why at 6 and 7 innings he's been one of the best pitchers for the Cubs. But it's the appearance and perception that sometimes you give your manager if you don't think he's on or they're getting better swings. That's why the bullpens have come in so quick this year.
Rizzo, strike 1.
And by the way, that number I gave you for Kluber was strikeouts through the first 3 innings. That 8 was a World Series record. So 8.
Ended up with 9 on the night against no walks in game 1. On the 25th of October as we play here on the 2nd of November. You also bring John Lester in what's a 1-1 game, and you wake up the Indians running game. There's a lot to think about. That's foul. And while we reset UFC's legendary New York debut begins on FS1 with the biggest prelims card in UFC history. UFC 205 prelims live from Madison Square Garden, November 12th, only on FS1. Leadoff man is on. Big hole on the left side of the infield for Rizzo, who's set up at 0-2 and time called. Last World Series for the Cubs, they lost Game 7 at home to Detroit. 9-3 the final. 4 RBIs in Game 7 for Paul Richards. And that was a 3-4 setup during wartime. Only 2 home runs that entire series, both by the great Hall of Famer Hank Greenberg. Here's Rizzo hit by a pitch, and he'll take the bruise and the base. 2 on, nobody out.
I'm telling you, that's what he does better than anybody in the game. He says, I dare you to throw the ball in here 3 times and try to make a perfect pitch. And oh, by the way, I'm not going to get out of the way if you do throw one in a little too far inside. No guards, no protection, just a big man with a few bruises.
Zobrist was a lifer in the American League before he signed with the Cubs. Tampa Bay, then a world champion last year with Kansas City. First year of his deal, and he is 7 for 13 in at bats here in this ballpark in this series. 2 on, nobody out. To the first baseman, Napoli. High and out at second, first and third, 1 out. And a wide throw by Napoli killed any chance of a double play, and Joe Madden says, hold on, we may look at it, but Rizzo's leaving. He believes he's out.
Yeah, it's a tough play for Napoli. A little in between hop, and he's got to get rid of it quick.
He got back.
Keeps the double play in order by getting rid of it quick. That's a 3-finger grip, which is not typically what you want. The ball sails.
That's not a definitive look. This should be.
Well, with the old slide, that would have put Lindor in a lot of trouble.
Man, there was no argument from Rizzo. I haven't seen Lindor's right foot hit the bag as he reaches back for it yet. But he comes off the bag and then the tag, which makes him out. But you could hear the second base umpire with a mic down there, John Hirschbeck, say, you got back, you got back. I think he just got him on the tag.
Yeah, it's not like football. You can't throw a pitch really quickly before they throw the red flag.
Cubs are not going to look at it because regardless of where Lindor's foot is, he's out right there. First and third, 1 out, and the batter will be Addison Russell.
All right, now Joe Madden has done this many times in a regular season. First and third situation. The Indians talked about it. Russell, who can handle the bat, who's been hot. If Joe feels he's overmatched in this at bat, at some point he may put on the safety squeeze. Bryant reads it. Napoli's trying his best to charge if he sees the barrel of the bat square up. The same thing with Ramirez.
Lead runner is Bryant. High fly ball into left. What's it going to be? Bryant tags. Davis catches. Here comes Bryant. Throw to the plate. High. Safe. Under the tag. And the Cubs lead 2-1. The throw by Davis, and the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook, had it immediately. And a look at it on the replay board here in the stadium. He looks to be safe.
But Davis hesitates. I don't know that he gets rid of it quick enough. Watch him catch it and then maybe look over. See that hesitation just a little bit. Not moving forward. Throw a little high, and that's what allowed Bryant to slide through. Just a tiny hesitation is all it takes. You got to come with that pop-up, catch it, see how he's almost stands still a little bit, just a little crow hop going forward, and the throw took Perez up.
And clearly under the tag is Bryant. Tagging also was the runner at first, Zobrist. He's down to second with 2 out now, and the Cubs back on top by 1.
Gutsy send, and it worked.
Good pick by Perez. Wilson Contreras hit .667 in the division series. Had a huge hit in the clincher game 4 at San Francisco. Then .286 in the LCS. He's 1 for 18 in this World Series.
And I'm not saying that Davis, Joe, did anything wrong. It's just the momentum going forward. Little tiny flat foot, then a throw, and his throw up in the air. Bryant slides under.
So we've seen 2 high throws from the Indians in this inning, and the Cubs have taken advantage. First by Napoli in the throw down to second. And this one by Rajay Davis, who's shaking his head in center. Goes as a sac fly for Addison Russell. His 9th RBI of this World Series.
I gotta imagine subconsciously it was so shallow you think there's no way he's challenging my arm. No way, no way. And then he went.
Gary Jones, the third base coach, sent him. Good pick. Ball 2.
Well, all set up by the 2-strike hit batsman of Rizzo. That put runners on first and second instead of the runner on first. Bryant leading off with a hit.
Seen a lot of that from Contreras, 2-2, and that surprised Joe Madden because he has not been doing that much this season. 24-year-old rookie hit .282, hit 12 home runs. But he's come up empty with a lot of swings against Cleveland. Kluber trying to limit it to a 1-run 4th. High fly ball into right center. Davis came in, goes back, won't get there, off the wall. In to score is Zobrist, and the lead is 2. It's 3-1. Bad break by Rajay Davis in center.
Well, that cutter just stayed over the middle of the plate, and he got good wood on it. This ball had real good carry, slicing away from Davis up against the wall.
Watch Davis in center. Came in, goes back, no chance. Now Contreras at second, 2 out for Hayward. Ball 1 from Kluber, who is surprised he doesn't get that pitch, and Andrew Miller gets loose with the Cubs leading by 2.
Miller's going to pitch one way or another, and this is where Francona's saying, I can't let this game get much further away from me.
There's a strike. Jason Hayward is looking for his first road hit. He's gone 22 at bats now without one. Has 1 RBI this entire postseason, none in the World Series. A big one sitting out there for him with 2 out.
I know he'd like to make a lot of people forget about the year. One swing could change that.
Two and 1. Corey Kluber making his 6th start this postseason. He's 4-1. He's been almost unhittable to this point. Tonight, 3 runs on 5 hits. 3-1.
And like I said, just a touch off because his elbow is not getting out as fast as you normally would, and that could be a little bit of fatigue. He gets underneath the pitch with the pitch sails, and that creates late movement that he doesn't want laterally. He's best when it's late and really getting on the hitter quickly.
Hayward hits it a ton down the right field line, but jerked it foul. He was geared up for that pitch. Full count. Cheating a little bit on the fastball, trying to get around, and pulled the trigger a little too soon. Kluber, see if he can take advantage of that. Defensive changes have not helped Terry Francona and the Indians in the outfield, notably center. Last night, Naquin struggled. Tonight, Davis. Hayward pops it up. On the infield, Lindor wants it. And that ends the inning. And in the top of the 4th inning in Game 7, the Cubs come up with 2. This is the first. And then the RBI double by Contreras brings in the second. 3-1 Chicago after 3.5. Fox, tonight's telecast is presented by T-Mobile One. 3-1 Chicago on top behind Kyle Hendricks. Back for the 4th. Jose Ramirez singled his first time, then was picked off. Takes the ball.
Well, Kyle Hendricks knows he's pitching for his time left in the game.
Glad you avoided life.
Yeah,
we're going to go there, but
you got a guy that's going to get him out of the inning if he gets in trouble, and then Lester starts the next inning.
How about that? Twirled home over the top. A breaking ball from Hendricks. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramirez, then Chisenhall, then Rajai Davis. And Contreras wants to go through the signs again. Fooled him. Strike 2.
It's amazing what this series and just playoffs does, what it does to players, what they have to learn in the offseason, what they didn't do or what they did well or how they got into some old habits, but the perception changes so quick.
Here's Hendricks having to get over, and he does for the out. And Rizzo way to his right for out number 1.
And my point is, they would never ever think of taking out a guy like this. He's been so good throughout the year.
It's this time of year when reputations are made. It's also this time of year when it costs a lot to go to a game. According to StubHub, median price over $1,800 for a seat. Nearly 80% of the tickets sold are for fans outside of Ohio. This is just on StubHub. Buyers from 12 different countries. 42 tickets were sold for $10,000, and 30 of the 42 are seats behind the Cubs dugout. Here's Chisenhall. Strike 1. So if John Moore shows those seats, and you know somebody sitting behind the dugout, good chance you can borrow money if you ever need it. Chisenhall singled. Was erased in a double play back in the 2nd. Well, I'm so impressed by Hendricks. Nothing in 2.
He just doesn't show you anything. He doesn't show you if he's scared, if he's confident, if anything. He doesn't waver. Neither does Kluber. That's why I thought both were prepared for this moment.
Popped up. Out goes Russell. In comes Zobrist. We'll check in with Tom Verducci with 2 out. And Tom, I know it's not Game 7 of the World Series, but this Hendricks has pitched in some high-pressure situations.
Yeah, Joe. Well, we saw him win the clinching game of the NLCS, 7 1/3 shutout innings against the Dodgers. Wasn't his first clincher. Go back to 2009 as a freshman. He pitched Dartmouth to the Ivy League championship with, you got it, 7 1/3 scoreless innings. Now, the stakes are a little bit higher tonight. This is not Cornell he's pitching against, but I guarantee you his pulse rate, facial expressions, exactly the same.
San Juan Capistrano, California, all the way to Hanover, New Hampshire for college, and then drafted by the Rangers. Here's a strike to Rajai Davis, and then at the trade deadline 2012 traded to the Cubs organization for Ryan Dempster, who's here at the ballpark traveling with the Cubs and wearing a crushed velvet sport. Here's one to third. It's foul. So Dempster has a hand in what's going on here tonight, as Hendricks came to the organization, came up in 2014. This ball just foul. Went 7-2. Hendricks 8-7 a year ago, and then it all came together, leading the big leagues in ERA and a 16-game winner.
At a bargain. A little over minimum he's making. He's starting Game 7.
Here comes an 0-2 pitch to Rajai Davis. Fly ball into right. Hayward is there, and so far Kyle Hendricks making it easy on Joe Madden and the Cubs, and hard on the Indians. Cubs up 2 after 4. Back after this from your local Fox station. telecast is sponsored by T-Mobile One. Welcome to Unlimited Baseball. And welcome to Bedlam in Chicago. Murphy's Bleachers, Wrigleyville. This game goes into the 5th inning. That's a really interesting conversation with David Ross coming in from the bullpen. He's been catching John Lester out in the pen. If Lester comes in, so does Ross, and I think Lester, here's a fly ball into right center. Back at the wall off the bat of Baez. 4-1. And this swing of the bat will end the night with a guy who's been so good all postseason for Cleveland, Corey Kluber. That ball was a rocket out to right center. First RBI of the World Series. It comes in Game 7 for Baez, who's made it a 4-1 lead here in the 5th. Bullpen, Mr. Lights Out, Andrew Miller. Look at those numbers. This postseason 2-0. He set a postseason record with his 29 strikeouts, albeit with more opportunity these days.
Oh, it's inside.
And he's been phenomenal. The only guy to get him for a run is the guy at the plate, Dexter Fowler, who homered off him back at Wrigley. Out in front of that, 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody on or out. A run home on the home run by Baez. The biggest lead of the night, 4-1 Chicago here in the 5th.
Well, Miller will try to go as deep as he can. Maybe 3 innings. Try to keep it right here. Different adrenaline now.
Strike 2. Picked up from the Yankees. As the Cubs went the other direction, it got a roll as Chapman from the Yankees in season. Here's a 1-2 to Fowler. That's a base hit. Fowler Continue the fifth. Nobody out. And back to the homer by Baez, and the reaction in the Cub bullpen. First the swing.
An absolute hanger, and he goes to the right side of the field. If he tries to pull it, this has been the problem. And then Lester, who's been warming up, looking like he wants to come in the fifth inning, says that's okay by me. And Corey Kluber exits the game for the first time without a strikeout in the game.
Fowler at first. Schwarber grounds one to short, might be two. Lindor flips out over to first. Got him. Double play. And well turned by the middle infield. Schwarber is going to stay at first for the moment. He's been called out. He's asking Joe Madden to maybe check it. Let's take a look.
Very close. Can't tell if the heel gets down, the toe coming down when the ball is in. Very close.
Man. Again, it's clear and convincing evidence to overturn the call. And they're going to look at it. I don't know if we've seen anything that tells you they're going to make it 1 on 1 out instead of 2 on and nobody out. Meanwhile, just to say it again as we give you another look. I would. Well, we've seen him many times this postseason where they stick with the call. Back of the glove. I think he's out. Again for Corey Kluber, his first career appearance without a strikeout. Tonight is his 145th appearance, 140 starts. Double play. 6-4-3. Kluber goes 4+, allows 4 runs on 6 hits. No walks or strikeouts, 2 home runs and a hit batsman. Different story as he tries to go for the 3rd time in 9 days and be effective against the same group. Here's Bryant with the bases empty. Chris 1 for 2 with a run scored. Ball 1 low. Lester is still throwing in the bullpen. It just makes you think he's coming in. That means Ross will enter, and that means, for my money, the Cubs are taking Kyle Hendricks out awfully early. He's allowed 1 run on 4 hits. He's been able to stay calm, pitch around 2 errors. And he won't have pitched enough tonight to get a decision as Bryant takes outside 2-1.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen.
I know no team wants to face John Lester, but I don't believe the Cleveland hitters are going to be that heartbroken to see Kyle Hendricks out.
Well, and again, you know, the 4 pitchers, you can line them up any way you want. And certainly the top 3 have been really good for the Cubs. And it's not that you're talking bad about somebody having to come in relief who's going to have an opportunity to win the Cy Young and John Lester, but remember how I said Hendricks is the most underrated our pitcher we've ever seen, and that's just been the theme. All he's done is given up 1 run or less, it seems like, every single time he steps out there.
His home ERA is ridiculous. His road ERA is good. Was the 6th best in the National League this year at 2.95, and he's been calm and cool. We'll see. Right now a 3-2 to Bryant. Fouled away.
But irregardless of what happens on the pitching front, you've got to give the Chicago Cubs hitters the opportunity to know that they have studied the film, they have seen these pitchers, and they have made the adjustments. They've gotten hot at the right time, down 3-1, scored enough in the last game at home, and then really put on a show yesterday. And 4 so far.
That's hooking into the corner, foul. I think there's one more element. And this is, I guarantee you, what Joe Madden will tell you. I want Lester in the game. I don't want to bring Lester in mid-inning. So I'm not waiting for Kyle Hendricks to get into trouble, because then it takes Lester out of the mix. So he'd rather start the inning fresh with John Lester, who last pitched out of the bullpen in the 2007 ALCS for Boston. A winning cause. Still a full count. Good battle here for Chris Bryant. Say this, if he's coming in or not, Lester's thrown a lot of pitches down there.
Yeah, lobbing the last couple, just trying to stay loose.
So intrigue in the bottom of the inning. Miller thought he had a strikeout. Instead, it's a walk. David Ross wearing the microphone, the 39-year-old, the catcher. Here's what he had to say earlier.
Talk to me. I can't control myself right now. I'm trying my best.
It's understandably so, buddy.
I'm emotional.
I hear you.
I'm an emotional wreck.
Well, it's only going to get worse. Just continue to breathe. That's all you can do, buddy. That's all you can do. It's only going to get worse.
I'm in a glass case of emotions right now.
Yeah. Wait till the ninth with this 3-run lead.
Anthony Rizzo saying he's an emotional wreck. And here he is with 1 on, 2 out. Ball 1 inside.
Wow, Miller's throwing a lot of good pitches. I mean, credit the Cubs for laying off of them, but I also think they lay off them because they're just too good. There's nothing they can do with it, so he's just barely missing, I guess.
Rizzo went around. That clip just shows you how much these young guys gravitate toward David Ross, and he will be missed when the Cubs hit spring training and he's not around.
I think he's going to make some cameos. You know, he'll enjoy his retirement and stop by and see the boys.
Strike 2 on Rizzo. You wonder if the home run by Baez, and by the way, credit Baez, who came into this game with 11 strikeouts in this World Series, 4 for 26 before that home run, his first RBI of this series, for not only going deep but shooting it the opposite way, which is what Joe Madden's been pleading with him to do. See if that. Here's Bryant taking off. Here's a shot into right by Rizzo. Bryant's going to come around. The throw by Chisenhall. Now Kepnes. Another run. Bryant's safe, and it's 5-1. And the running game, John, for the Chicago Cubs has been more a part of this World Series than for the Indians.
Absolutely. You cannot circle the bases any better than this. He's got long strides, and watch him hit the bags as he goes. Now he sees it's a hit. Great turn at second, right? He's taken off 2 outs. This turn at third is the reason he scores. He takes the perfect angle, doesn't miss a step, and it's going to take 2 great throws to get him out of home. Great job by Bryant. And obviously Rizzo hanging in there to get a hit.
Now Zobrist takes a strike. It goes down as an RBI single, and Rizzo taking second on the throw home. But remember, it was a walk on a borderline pitch to Chris Bryant that put him on.
And Miller's thrown a lot of great pitches in this inning, and unfortunately a run.
That may also, John, change the strategy for Joe Madden. Here's a fly ball into left center field. Back at the wall. It is caught by Rajay Davis. About a step in front of the wall in left center. And a nice running catch to end the top of the 5th. Cubs get 2. Lead by 4. by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Our game summary is sponsored by Budweiser. Fowler led off the game with a home run. First time in a World Series Game 7. Addison Russell a sac fly. Javier Baez with a solo shot. Then another run. And with that, the right-hander Kyle Hendricks stays in the ballgame. And John Lester stays in the bullpen. First up, Coco Crisp. To me, this is the right move. We got mics everywhere down there, and there was a lot of thought that Lester would come into this game in the 5th. 2 runs added. Ross came in from the bullpen, and Lester stays in it. Strike 1 to Coco Crisp.
Well, to me, Hendricks has been solid, rock solid all year. So even with a 2-1, 3-1 lead, I would have keep running him back out there because his ability to get ground balls and get in and out of trouble, which we've seen him. He doesn't seem unnerved at all.
To the right side, another ground ball. Baez. The last run that the Cubs tacked on was scored by Chris Bryant. He got on this 3-2 pitch that was called ball 4. You saw Miller walk away. He had to pitch to Rizzo, who said he was an emotional wreck. And how about StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services?
Yeah, he did a great job. You're going to see 20 miles an hour in 9 seconds. Bryant, 2 big runs that he's been able to score in maybe unlikely ways. The short pop up the center, and then of course the I'm going no matter what first movement, and it paid off.
Now it's Roberto Perez with 1 out, nobody on. A strike. It's a luxury for a manager like Joe Maddon and a pitching coach like Chris Bosio to have a young guy who throws strikes. It seems simple, but with the nerves bouncing around, this kid does not get wild.
No, he doesn't. And look, if they're going to beat Kyle Hendricks, Kyle's going to have to make them get hits. You just don't give them the free pass to create a rally. You keep making what you think is the best executed pitch. And when you get in trouble, slow it down. That's why he pitches under the radar and slows it down with changeups when the tension gets the highest.
2-2. Hendricks walked only 44 all year in 190 innings. Got Crisp on a ground out. 2-2 count on Perez. Struck him out. Second strikeout for Hendricks. And we'll welcome you inside our broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck, a luxury to sit next to you all postseason, but somebody who's been out there in that classic in 1991, Game 7, Braves, Twins, Jack Morris. I know you're impressed with Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked to him, and I could see why. His heartbeat is one where you're not going to get it too high, right? And he's going to just pitch. You've got to just pitch, and you've got to keep the crowd to a dull roar and not get carried away by anything. He's in rhythm now, and I would make this very difficult on my manager to try and take me out before he puts in Chapman. To me, it would be Kyle Hendricks, then Chapman, and he's doing his best to make that claim.
The 0-1 now. There's a strike in at the knees to Santana, who's hit the ball hard twice. He's lined out as an RBI single. Lester still up. Santana. Ball 1. Two and 2.
Regular rest, feeling good, only in 61 pitches, in rhythm. Don't interrupt him.
Oh, does not get the call. And it's a full count. Let's see where it was. Looks over the plate. Called a ball. And the count full. Contreras biting his tongue back there behind home plate. That's ball 4 to extend to 5th. And the batter will be Kipnis. There's a move coming here. And it is. Boy, this is an extremely quick hook. And with Kipnis coming up, a left-handed hitter. Lester's coming in here in the 5th. Kyle Hendricks, who was dealing. Baseball just lends itself to first guessing, certainly second guessing. And Hendricks is out of the ball game, and this starts the bullpen carousel for the Chicago Cubs. And John Lester comes in. He worked at home in Game 5 3 nights ago. And the batter is Kipnis. Ball 1. This will be second guessed on the part of Joe Madden as he takes Hendricks out. And remember, Hendricks made a pitch. David Ross takes over behind the plate. It was called a ball to Santana. And then the walk, his first of the night. His night's over. That's a strike.
But John Lester's a great pitcher, and we've already talked about this. You got a little bit of the unknown in 2 days rest. This will be his bullpen day. So safely speaking, well, if he gets this one out, pitches another inning, maybe 2 total innings, 2 1/3, and then turn it over to Chapman.
On top of it, before the game, as we told you, Joe Madden's preference was to not bring Lester on mid-inning. But he comes on with 1 on, 2 out. A guy who doesn't run much at first. And Kipnis at the plate. Here's a 1-2.
Well, the area he was running into, right, is uncharacteristically John was out there warming up forever. You don't do that as a starter. So even lobbing the ball nervously, getting ready. He was up since the basically 3rd inning, you know, getting ready for a potential 4th inning. And then the Cubs scored 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. And that man 1 out away from getting through the 5th.
Kipnis checks his swing. 2-2.
And then, you know, this is the theme has been all series is no starter has gone deep. So there hasn't been a starter pitch past 6 innings in this World Series. And I don't know if that's ever happened before in the history of the game. I'm sure somebody's going to find out for us.
2-2 the count. Opportunity for Kipnis. Lester deals. And this is Ross. Has to hurry. Wild throw. And it will go into the seats. And the runners will end up at 2nd and 3rd with 2 out. And a bad break for Chicago. Good break for Cleveland as Ross threw it away.
Well, any other pitcher but Lester, he's not going to get off the mound, and he's not going to go get this. The distance that Ross has to go get this ball cold in the game like a reliever. Watch how far this ball goes. That's a long way for Ross to go out and get that and turn and make a throw on the spot. And those are 2 big men right there colliding at first.
Both are okay. But here's Lindor. And with 1 swing of the bat, Francisco Lindor can make this a 2-run game. Or going deep can make it a 1-run game. Second and 3rd, 2 out. Cleveland. Lindor out in front of it, strike 1. The Cubs got a big night last night from their 22-year-old shortstop. Cleveland looking for a massive delivery here from Francisco Lindor, their 22-year-old shortstop.
This has the feeling of like the 8th inning. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Miller's already in the game. Lester in the game.
The numbers against Lester. Lindor bounces in. It hits Ross. A run scores. Here comes Kipnis. He's safe. It's 5-3. Here's David Ross, John, that's had a tough time with concussions. That ball caught him square. And by the time he fell down, got up, Kipnis with great base running is ahead of the tag.
Kipnis early in this series worried about his ankle. No worry there. No assumption. Don't take anything for granted. He was ready for anything to happen, sliding in ahead of the tag by Lester. And already the game has changed that quickly.
Meanwhile, you wonder if David Ross is okay. 2 runs against Hendricks. 1 run now against Lester. It's a 2-run game. Another bouncer in there, and again you're getting Lester in a situation he's not used to on short rest. He's been out there forever getting loose, and his stuff does not look good tonight.
This may very well work out, but I have a general rule for me: never make a decision that makes the other team happy.
That's ball 3.
And what I mean by that is the other team was having a hard time squaring up balls off of Hendricks. We talked about there's been some close pitches in this already shortened game.
A strikeout ends the inning. But Joe Madden has gone to the bullpen early. He took out Kyle Hendricks. Great base running by Jason Kipnis. Game 7. 2-run game after 5. Getting a lot more interesting. It's 5-3 Chicago, 6th inning, and Addison Russell leads off against Andrew Miller. There have been a couple of pitches that on our strike zone box looked to be strikes that were called balls, and they hurt each side. But it hurt the Cubs in that it eventually chased Kyle Hendricks out of the game. Instead of a strikeout with Carlos Santana up, he drew a walk after taking a pitch that was called ball 3. Russell strike 2. After Bryant in the top of the 5th inning reached on a walk, scored on a 2-out hit by Anthony Rizzo. But then Hendricks didn't get a pitch. He walked the hitter, came out of the game, and all heck just broke loose in the bottom of the 5th. 2 unearned runs, both scoring on a wild pitch by Lester.
Buckle your seatbelts, because the next 4 innings are going to have some changes, some bullpen arms.
Let's go back. Here's the pitch on 2-2 to Santana. That was called ball 3. Now the walk followed, and then Hendricks was taken out. There's more on this with regard to Lester coming on in the middle of an inning. We'll go to Kenny after this. Popped up. Napoli in foul ground. 1 out. Ken Rosenthal, what did Joe Madden say before this game with regard to John Lester?
Well, at his pregame news conference, Madden said, I don't want to put him into a dirty inning. I don't think it would be appropriate. Now, a dirty inning is one opposed to a clean inning with nobody on base. Maybe he thought with Carlos Santana not being a base stealer on first, it's effectively a clean inning, but it turned out not to be that way at all.
And to be fair, it was a chopped hit by Kipnis. The man at the plate, David Ross, got to, but then couldn't get the out at first. A wild throw put runners at second and third, and then both runs scored on a wild pitch. So just a crazy inning.
But I'm telling you, I mean, there's limits to what John can do. So anything that's hit in front of the mound or anywhere on the field, he's not going after. So Ross has got to cover a lot of territory, and he's coming in fresh too, by the way. He picks it up, and see, he never has a grip till the end, and then throws that ball right in the line of sight. So many things change the tempo right there, and then a curveball that gets spiked off of the mask, and then the feet get caught. Next thing you know, 2-run game with Miller now. Got the attention of Miller.
Cubs have now scored 2 runs off Miller in this series. One back at Wrigley on a home run by Fowler, and then the RBI hit by Rizzo in the 5th. But there's life in Cleveland. After Hendricks was so good, he goes 4 2/3, 2 runs, only 1 earned, 4 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout through just 63 pitches. Ross flies one into center, sends Davis back at the wall, and it is gone. The 39-year-old in his final game, David Ross, has made it 6-3. Without the pitching change, Ross isn't in the game. And he goes deep to make it a 3-run game again. His 2nd home run of this postseason. Trying to go out on top as Hayward takes ball 1.
Well, the theme we talked about, adjusting to starting pitching, that's what the Cubs hitters have had to do. They've adjusted to Miller as well.
That's an out at first as Hayward tries to go in hand first, 2 out. The pitch.
He knows it.
Not unlike the home run that Fowler hit to start the night. So Fowler goes deep to start the night. 3rd home run of the evening for the Cubs, and the guy who has the other is at the plate now, Javier Baez. Now the closer for the Indians, Cody Allen, is up. We're in the 6th. Here's the 0-1.
As heroic as Miller has been, I mean, eventually certain things, when you see him enough and have to be forced into this duty and pitch this many innings in a postseason, it catches up to you. I mean, he's been unbelievable. So, but the more you get to see somebody and the more they have to work, the less their stuff becomes electric and the hitter's eyes are more comfortable.
That also could apply to Chapman.
Correct. And that's why the stat that I said about no pitcher pitching past 6 innings as a starter comes back to haunt teams the longer they play. Now game 7, this is it, so everybody's going to be available.
That ends the inning. But the oldest man to homer ever in the history of a World Series Game 7, David Ross, who came on when Lester entered, sends one over the boards in center, and the lead is 3. Give you tonight's T-Mobile One in-game box score for Cleveland. You see in the RBI department, the only one belongs to Carlos Santana. He tied it back in the 3rd inning, 1-1. 2 runs scored on a wild pitch in the bottom of the 5th inning. And here's Lester, who deals a strike to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Chicago up 6-3 with Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, and Lonnie Chisenhall coming up.
Well, it's been verified, Joe. This is the first time we've had a World Series where no starter went more than 6 innings.
The 1-1. High, 2-1. No action for the Cubs in their bullpen, in case you're wondering. Lester with a count of 2-1. Took over in the 5th. 2-2.
Now for the Indians, aside from Napoli, but he will run when he picks and chooses, but you got to get some base runners and really force the issue against Lester.
Strikeout starts the 6th. Sounds of the game. David Ross wearing a microphone tonight. Here he is celebrating the home run. Doesn't say a word. You can just hear his feet hitting the dirt on his way around the bases. Ramirez, ball one.
You're nervous when you're not playing, so you're going to do more talking. When you're playing, you feel a lot better because you have a hand in the game.
1-0. A ball and a strike. So now Lester gets to start an inning fresh. Struck out Lindor to end the 5th. Strikes out Napoli to start the 6th. There's a good fastball from Lester, strike 2. Ramirez 1 for 2 tonight. Indians looking for a spark. Ramirez trying to give it. 2-2. Brandon Geyer has come into the on-deck circle. Looks like he'll bat for Chisenhall. The veteran left-hander out of the bullpen. Reaching for it. Russell has to hurry and got him. What a stretch by Rizzo for the 2nd out.
Tell you what, Russell, very underrated arm. Watch how quickly he gets rid of the ball, and you're right about this stretch.
It took every inch of Anthony Rizzo for out number 2. And here's Geyer. By the way, when those 2 runs scored last inning on a wild pitch, it's the 3rd 2-run wild pitch in postseason history. The last time 1911. World Series Game 6. The Giants' Rube Marquard threw the wild pitch, and Philadelphia A's scored 2 runs because Chief Myers refused to chase the wild pitch. That's according to Retro Sheet play-by-play. Myers with his own protest and forget it. We have no footage of that, so we'll just have to take their word for it. Ball 1 to Brandon Geyer, who swung the bat well this postseason. And he's on with 2 out here in the 6th. Earlier tonight, Devontre Cohen, a member of Boys and Girls Clubs of the Western Reserve, delivered the game ball with Travis Hafner, who 10 years ago hit 42 home runs for Cleveland. Each year, MLB and Boys and Girls Clubs work together to create a unique opportunity for nearly 4 million children and teens worldwide. To find out how you can help, go to greatfutures.org. 2 out, the batter, Rajay Davis. See if Geyer wants to run. Ball 1, and David Ross is going to go out. By the way, John, when I talked about David Ross and the concussions, when that ball came up and hit him on the wild pitch, you saw what I saw. It wasn't that he was dinged in the mask. It was that he got his feet caught up, the spikes caught, and down he went.
Yeah, getting that off balance right there allowed that ball a lot more distance for him to get to in a timely fashion. I just thought Kipnis, what an incredible read and being ready for the moment.
Such a good player. 1-0 pitch with a runner at first. Davis takes a strike. This always comes into play now with Lester. He hasn't thrown to first base since the middle of the year, back in July. Down by 3, however, it would be a bit of a risk if they go. As we've said all postseason, you can go on first move. You can see Anthony Rizzo saying he's not going anywhere. There's Allen. Cody's the closer for Terry Francona. Here's a 2-1. That missed. 2-2. Rather 3-1. Let's see it again. Lester stared in, thought he had strike 2. Instead, ball 3. Looked like a strike, didn't get it. 3-1 pitch. To the second baseman, Baez. Inning is over. And that sends Game 7 into the 7th. Chicago up 6-3. Back after this from your local Fox station. Back to the World Series on Fox. Tonight's telecast presented by T-Mobile One. Look at the fans outside Wrigley Field. They just want to be close to the ballpark. Unless I'm missing a television somewhere, they're just out there around Wrigley looking at the scoreboard. It's the top of the 7th, 6-3. Top of the order against Miller. And Dexter Fowler's had great swings against Andrew Miller. He's homered against him and greeted him with a single back in the 5th. The home run in this game came against the starter Corey Kluber. Here's one into right. Another hit for Fowler. And he's on to start the 7th. The home run he hit off Miller came in game number 4. The ultimate table setter for the Cubs, and how he goes, usually it's so goes Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets on multiple times or even scores twice. The record is fantastic. And the Cubs, again, in this 3-game spurt, have really gotten better each game with every at-bat, getting familiar with the pitchers and what they're trying to do to attack them at the plate.
Miller now with Schwarber at the plate. Fouls it left side, and that will find the seats. With Cody Allen in the bullpen and Chris Bryant on deck. We could be soon seeing the end of Andrew Miller, who went back-to-back games without appearing. That's a rarity for Miller. Did not pitch in game 5 or 6. Cubs have hit 3 home runs tonight, hit 3 last night. They went homerless for the first 3 games of this World Series. They've hit 8 since the start of game 4.
That's what they've done all year. I mean, they certainly add on. When they get the lead, they like to add on. They don't win a ton of close games in the regular season for that reason. They haven't played a lot of close ones. 1-run games this postseason coming into this game. 3-3 were the Cubs.
Scooped up by Perez, ball 1.
Well, again, managers in this situation, very tough predicaments in game 7, and certainly Joe Maddon has made some moves even yesterday that he feels is right, and they went on and won. But I still believe the best move that he made was putting Kyle Schwarber in the 2nd spot, changing his lineup, therefore changing the production of the top 5 guys.
Fowler is safe as he got his hand in, and Napoli says, look at the replay. Fowler was going. And the tag was hard back into his arm. Let's take another look.
Can't see if his hand went into the shoe of Napoli or went around it.
Looked like the glove of Napoli hit dirt, then into the hand. And it looked like Chris Guccione got the call right. Here's a real good look at it. Watch the right shoe. Looks safe. And no review. No challenge by Terry Francona. Still 1-2 on Schwarber.
Miller has thrown now 42 pitches. The most innings he's ever pitched in 1 year.
We were going nuts when Chapman threw 42 pitches in game 5 in Chicago. Schwarber slicing fly ball into left, and Crisp is over to get it. 1 out. We're contractually obligated to show you the celebrities. Bill Murray is back. The beautiful, the talented, the Uber Cub fan, Bonnie Hunt with Eddie Vedder. Vedder's been to more games than Joe Maddon this year. Same for John Cusack. LeBron's here. Give him the heater, Ricky. Ricky Vaughn, a.k.a. Charlie Sheen, a.k.a. the Wild Thing. Miller's gone, 1 on, 1 out. Cody Allen coming in. Chris Bryant. Allen up.
this historic Game 7.
I know exactly who will lose. You.
That would be a first. Undisputed, America's fastest-growing sports show, 9:30 Eastern, FS1.
That's Undisputed, America's fastest-growing sports show as we play in the 7th, 1 on, 1 out. And Cody Allen pitching to Chris Bryant. Runner at first, Fowler. Does he run? That's strike one.
Well, the Cubs during the regular season 18 times had won 3 games or more. They're desperately trying to do it the 19th time. If they can hold on this game and win 3 games in a row, I would say it'd be the greatest winning streak of their life.
Here's the 0-1. Allen has been so good. No runs allowed over his last 16 2/3 innings pitched.
He's got a great fastball and a power curveball that he throws off of it. You can't eliminate one or the other because he can throw both of them for strikes.
Ball one. Think about what the Cubs had in store for them tonight, facing Kluber and Miller. Now Allen, Shaw is still down there. Combined, that group in the World Series, 25 innings, 2 earned runs, 39 strikeouts, 6 walks, and a 0.92 ERA for the entire postseason for those 4 in over 68 innings pitched. But tonight, Kluber 4+, 4 runs on 6 hits. And Andrew Miller 2 innings, and he ends up giving up 2 runs on 4 hits. We got an out here in the 7th. Oh, Fowler got a jump and then stopped, and Bryant pops it up. Foul ball. Napoli gives it a look and doesn't get there. So the in-game box score brought to you by T-Mobile, 1 for the Chicago Cubs. Fowler, huge night here in Game 7. Schwarber has a couple of hits. Bryant with a single, a walk, good base running, scored twice. One time on the RBI single by Rizzo. Solo home run by David Ross, who came on when John Lester took over, in a solo shot by Javier Baez in the 5th, his first RBI of this World Series.
Well, relentless work goes on both sides. Coaches put in countless hours for strategy, game planning, video. But for the Cubs, there have been a concerted effort for their 2 young hitters to go the other way, Contreras and Baez. Tonight they both contributed with that work and that effort, a double and a homer for each. Contreras with a double, and then Baez, of course, with that long home run. Both trying to stay on the ball, listening to their manager, their hitting coach, both expanding the zone, and it's paid off.
That's out of play. This is the 38th winner-take-all World Series Game 7. This is the 112th World Series. It is the 3rd over the last 6 years, so they've been coming at a better clip of late. Bryant waiting on a 1-2.
Bryant, a big guy, and you can see almost a little bit more of a squat at times. But he explained what he was trying to do with his bat path and how he was trying to get it in the zone longer. He's got tremendous leverage being as tall as he is. But he gets in a little squat.
That doesn't come back enough. 2-2. Ryan told us before the game looking for a flat bat through the hitting zone. And it's kicked in here for Chris Bryant. No bigger swing in this series for Chicago than his game-tying home run in the 4th inning of Game 5 at Wrigley. Fowler going, swing and a miss, throw down. It's a strike him out, throw him out, inning-ending double play. And that sends us to the 7th inning stretch. Joe Maddon says, wait. We're going to get another look. And he looks to be out. So we'll take our break. Bottom of the 7th will roll in. In Game 7, Cleveland coming to the plate down 3.
History will be made. For one of these teams, the wait will be over.
Bottom of the 7th inning. Cleveland batting, getting late. Down by 3. Lester deals a strike.
And I would think this is Lester's last inning. He's got to get 3 outs. And then if you're following along with Joe Maddon and unconventional, I think it's Chapman the rest of the way.
That would have been a little bit easier choice without all the work last night. I think it'll still be the choice for Joe Maddon, and we'll just wait and see what kind of stuff Chapman has coming out of the pen. Right now, It's a 1-1 count on Coco Crisp, who gets under it and flies it to Zobrist in left. So good move, bad move when it happened. Since he came in, John Lester is getting big outs in his second year with the Chicago Cubs and coming out of the bullpen for the first time since the 2007 ALCS.
Yeah, and since he's come out more in a clean inning, and that's what I think Joe Maddon had intended. And once he starts an inning, obviously he's been in better rhythm, but coming in out of the pen with 2 outs, it didn't look like he was connected with his stuff, missed with his curveball and off speeds, and ever since then he's been more of a starter mentality, even though he's been in relief.
Roberto Perez with 1 out. Takes a strike. Perfect pitch on the outside corner from Lester.
That's why I think Hendricks, when you see his facial reaction, like, I thought he was completely surprised and taken back by coming out in that situation.
That pitch misses. 1 ball, 1 strike on Perez, who has a good sacrifice bunt. He struck out. He's facing Lester for the first time tonight. One more hitter can make that claim. And that's the man on deck, Carlos Santana.
But it's not the manager's job to be liked by his decisions. He has to make the decisions he feels best gives him a chance to win that game.
And they're all easy from up here. The 2-1. 2-2. By the way, Andrew Miller tonight allowed 4 hits. That's the most hits allowed in a relief outing since August 4th, 2011 with the Red Sox against Cleveland. He allowed 4 hits in 2 2/3. He allowed 4 tonight in 2 1/3. Those were 2 big runs. Little breathing room here in the 7th. 2-2. Full count as Lester does not get the call. Three-two.
Perez was all over that fastball right there, following it straight back. Of course, he took a fastball in 1. One of his 2 home runs. Just missing a fastball.
Inside for a 1-on-1. You know about the Cubs' frustration for the Cleveland Indians. This was a really good team in the 40s and the 50s. Here comes a pinch runner as Naquin will come off the bench and run for Perez. The Indians last won in 48. You keep hearing that over and over again. A good team, but they couldn't get to the top in the 1950s, but was considered a quote-unquote first division team. And then a trade was made by general manager Frank Lane as the beloved Rocky Colavito was sent to Detroit for Harvey Keene. Terry Pluto wrote a book called The Curse of Rocky Colavito. 3 decades of mediocrity followed until the 90s. Here's a ground ball back to Lester. And the only thing he can do is underhand to first. He looks at his glove, doesn't like throwing the bases, but because that ball, John, was hit so hard, he had the luxury of a couple of steps and an underhand toss instead of throwing to second.
Yeah, from time to time, that ball gets lodged in his glove. We've seen him throw his whole glove to Rizzo before. But the smartest thing he could do is just get the out. See how the ball pops around. He can't get a good handle on it. There's nothing good that's going to happen at that point. So just get the out. No harm, no foul right there.
And down to second is the runner. That's Naquin, the pinch runner. And the batter will be Kipnis, who was the first Cleveland hitter to face John Lester. all the way back in the 5th. 2 out. Ball 1 inside, and Kipnis is right on top of the plate, and if Lester hits him, Kipnis will be thrilled.
2-out run would send this crowd into a roar and feel like they're right back in it, being down 2.
And just to finish, the Indians then put it all together, and you remember this team obviously in the 90s. This franchise was pumping. I mean, they had as deep and as good a team as any across the big leagues. They came close in 95, lost to your Braves, had a Game 7 9th inning lead in 97, lost in 11 to the Marlins. There's strike 2 on Kipnis, and in this World Series up 3 games to 1. They've lost 2 straight and trail in Game 7 6-3.
That's through the minds of every one of these fans, as they were hoping it would have been over yesterday. They were hoping it would have been over in Game 5 in Chicago. A close game.
A strikeout ends the inning. Lester pumped up. And you know they are back in Chicago as Game 7 goes to the 8th. Cubs coming up, heart of the order to the plate. Lester fired up. Cubs by 3. New catcher into the game. It's Yan Gomes after Naquin pinch ran for Roberto Perez. The only change, Cody Allen back to work. And a strike. Hooks into Anthony Rizzo to start the 8th. Cubs lead by 3.
Chapman getting loose. The Chicago pen. If you're the Indians, you're hoping it has the same effect that the Cubs have had on Miller. More opportunity to see him, and that means the last 3 games, a lot of opportunities to see Chapman.
He has thrown 102 pitches. That's a lot of work. Lester, tremendous here tonight. Rizzo shortened up on the bat, and the count stays 0-2. As we look ahead to the bottom of the 8th inning with Aroldis Chapman, it's kind of the same thing applies as it did with Lester, with Joe Maddon really wanting Chapman to come into a clean inning as opposed to waiting for trouble. A strikeout on a pitch down and in. Rizzo. That is a wide throw, but out as Napoli gets to the bag and keeps his foot on it. 1 away. Scott's Pitch, Hit, and Run is Major League Baseball's free skills competition for boys and girls ages 7 to 14. Sign up now to host a free competition in your local community at pitchhitrun.com. Here's Zobrist, and there's your manager on the left, Joe Maddon. In the second World Series, he's 0 for 1. 0-8 with Tampa Bay against Philly, and the guy who will get the ball here at some point, either in the bottom of this 8th or in the 9th.
Yeah, he's warming up to come in the 8th. There's no doubt about it. When a closer gets up in the start of an inning, he's giving himself the opportunity in case of a 5-pitch at bat in 3 outs. You know, you can see where the first 2 hitters make 2 outs and 4 pitches and get caught. So he's definitely getting ready, in my opinion, for the 8th inning.
With just overwhelming stuff for Cody Allen. 2 quick strikes on Ben Zobrist. Very underrated Mike Borzello, catching instructor and a guy who puts scouting reports together for both pitchers and hitters if they ask for Joe Maddon. He's a right-hand guy for Joe Torre for many years in New York and LA. The 0-2. Oh, check this swing, ball 1. In the bottom of this 8th, it'll be Lindor, Napoli, and Ramirez, the heart of the lineup. If anybody gets on, Geyer. We expect against Chapman. Good play by Napoli to the bag. 2 down.
Well, it's been a wild ride for both of these teams. When you think about what the Indians were doing up into Game 5, they had beaten the Red Sox, swept them. Lost 1 game to Toronto, and had lost 1 game to the Cubs, sitting in a position to possibly knock out 3 incredible foes. But on the flip side, the Cubs were in this situation in each series where it looked like they were vulnerable, and then wake up. And that's what they've done in this series to this point. They woke up the last 3 games with their bats.
Two out, nobody on, 0-1. The count on Addison Russell, who has a sac fly. Strike 2. Talking to Chris Bryant before the game, saying, how do you calm down, not try to do too much tonight? He said, we've been in an elimination game the last 2 games. This is their first. Talking about Cleveland. The 0-2. Russell pops it up. Allen dominant. Bottom of the 8th. Who will be on the mound? Cubs lead by 3. Coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. The answer to the question hanging over this 8th inning right now is John Lester. We look ahead to Fox NFL kickoff. America's #1 pregame show follows. Then Dak Prescott and the Cowboys take on the Browns, or the Eagles and the Giants, or other regional action on Sunday. Coverage begins at 11 a.m. Eastern on Fox. Lester back for more, with Chapman ready in the bullpen, and a ball to Lindor, who desperately is trying to get on to start trouble for Cleveland here in the 8th.
Yeah, Cleveland's got to get locked in their at bats. Try any way, anyhow, get on base.
2-0.
Lester obviously is trying to steal outs for Joe Madden. With Chapman hopeful that he doesn't have to get 6 outs, as it seems right now.
Last night Chapman came on in the 7th in a 7-2 game. Here's a 2-0. Hard hit right at Addison Russell. One away. And with the bases empty, Napoli will step in. There's the starter. Hendricks probably more nervous now than he was at 8:10 Eastern. He went 4 2/3, 2 runs, 1 earned on 4 hits.
Lindor squared that up, but right at Russell. Got a 2-0 pitch that he liked.
Napoli hitless tonight. Strike 1. 93. The velocity has been maintained by Lester.
Yeah, he's done a great job mixing it up. He started out with some 2-seamers and curveballs, but now in the flow of the game, he's been able to throw his 4-seamer more consistent.
In 2014, Madison Bumgarner threw 117 pitches to win Game 5 over Kansas City. 2 days off, then 68 pitches for a 5-inning save in a 1-run Game 7. Lester, so impressive. 90 pitches to win Game 5. 2 days off, and he's thrown 50 pitches here in Game 7. The 1-2. 2-2.
At this point, it's all adrenaline, because you would never throw this much on your side day. He knows what's at stake, and certainly just trying to grind each pitch out. You mentally just get locked in, and it takes longer to accomplish, but as long as you keep getting outs, it's worth it.
Two out. That's 4 strikeouts for John Lester. We haven't seen that pitch a strike most of the night. Theo and his son. Here's Jose Ramirez. Theo Epstein is the president, the head of baseball operations for the Cubs. He took over in the fall of 2011, and he told Cub fans, I have a plan, but you're going to have to be patient. How often is it that a plan actually works? And this is a good young Chicago team that's going to be good for a long time to come.
Yeah, it did take them a while. And of course, they had to lose a lot of games to get that plan enacted. But you are exactly right. This is a team, as well as Cleveland, built to win a few more years than just right now.
2 out, nobody on. 1-1 to Jose Ramirez. Ground ball. Russell can't make the play, and the inning continues. A 2-out hit for Jose Ramirez with Brandon Guyer coming up.
Joe's going to probably bring in Chapman and give him some freedom to work with before the tying run gets to the plate.
Russell got there and actually overshot it. John Lester tonight goes 3 1/3. Struck out 4, walked 1, and got big outs here in Game 7. Closer coming in. Chapman with the Cubs up 3 in the 8th. Back in the 5th. He got 1 out there, 2 outs in this inning, so 3 innings even, 1 run, 3 hits, responsible for the man on. 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And now the game is in the hands of Aroldis Chapman, who the last 2 games has been asked for a lot of work. 35 of his 62 pitches have been triple digits. 2 out, while 1 outside to Geyer. Picked up from the Rays during the season. This guy gives Terry Francona a good at bat. Brandon Geyer. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, he's done damage against left-handers. Really stays in there, and of course, he would love nothing more than to give the next guy on deck a chance. Find a way on base. Get the tying run up.
That's out of play, strike 2. Joe Madden went to Chapman last night, up 7-2. Ran him back out there for the start of the 9th, up 9-2. That was certainly questioned during and after the game, but Joe Madden thought Aroldis Chapman would be fine. He'll have to get more than 3 outs tonight. Two 2-2.
Well, earlier in his career, Chapman would get wild. That would be the only reason he'd give people a chance. But he has really learned how to command that 101, 102, and mix in an occasional slider here and there. Guys who have big swings at the plate have no chance to hit Chapman. You got to be disciplined, short, and use his power to your advantage.
That's not Geyer. He's short to the ball. He's He's fouled a couple off to the right side. Runner at first, Ramirez, 2 out. Bottom of the 8th.
Ball 3. That's the pitch you got to stay off of. That's the one over the middle of the plate that looks so inviting to a hitter. But he was able to hold up.
If Geyer can reach, the tying run would bat. Rajai Davis. Runner will go. Line drive into right center field. That ball's down. Taking around third, Ramirez. He will score on an RBI double by Brandon Geyer. It's 6-4.
Short, quick, let the power be your friend. This dude can play against left-handed pitching. And that is a huge 2-out pick-me-up RBI. And as we said, the tying run comes to the plate.
And if nothing else, it puts the Indians in a spot where if it stays like this, at the worst, it takes just one base runner to have a chance in the 9th. Davis. Ball 1 at 100 miles an hour. Rajai 0 for 3. And 3 for 20 in this series. Out of play right side. Aroldis Chapman started the year with the Yankees. He was involved in a domestic violence situation. Charges dropped, but Major League Baseball suspended him for 30 games. He came back, pitched well for the Yankees, and was traded to the Cubs on July 25th. And they hand him the ball here in the 8th inning of Game 7. 2-2.
Davis missed his pitch earlier. Trying his best to be as quick as he can.
2-2. Just got a piece.
That's where he prefers it. He wants the inner half of the ball so that he has a better chance of getting the barrel to it. Away, not a whole lot he can do with it. Up, same result. Sometimes you got to get lucky against a guy like Chapman. You got to guess in an area and hope he throws it there.
Geyer delivered an RBI double with 2 out. The 2-2. And a new supply of baseballs for the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook.
said down and in was his only chance. Watch where this pitch is. Down and in. He got it. He didn't miss it. He fouled off the pitches that he had to foul off. And the one area that gave Davis a chance to hit a home run is where Chapman threw it. And oh my.
Now Crisp. Ball one. That's the first home run allowed by Aroldis Chapman since June 18th. While with the Yankees, Kurt Suzuki of the Twins, 210 batters in between. And it comes with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th of Game 7 to tie it. Here's a base hit by Crisp. Go-ahead run is on.
Well, I said earlier, the Cubs saw Miller multiple times. He wasn't as sharp. Chapman has been pushed beyond what normally could be a role in 3 straight games. He's thrown 2 straight pitches down and in. And the hitters, don't forget about Geyer and the ability to fight off those pitches and then get that huge hit to set up for Davis. Same thing.
And don't forget about all the work last night in a 7-2 game when the Cubs couldn't add on. He had to come on. Now he's back in there, and this one down and in. Sent out by Rajai Davis, and then followed down and in. Sent to left by Coco Crisp.
When Chapman's effective, he's effective over the middle of the zone and up. There's not a lot of hitters that can do anything against it, but also he has been pushed and has thrown a ton of pitches. So he's sacrificing a little bit to try and generate more natural. His natural velocity is better than forced velocity.
LeBron celebrating with over 40,000 in the ballpark and thousands outside the ballpark. Ball one now to Yan Gomes. Yan Gomes has 3 plate appearances this postseason, all against Chapman. He's grounded out, struck out, and bounced into a double play, and a check on Crisp as they go ahead run at first with 2 out. And he just looks worn out.
And he is. There's no other way around it.
A 2-out infield hit by Jose Ramirez, and Russell couldn't make the play, diving to his left. The pitching change, double homer, single. Now a 2-0 pitch to Gomes. Fooled by the slider from Chapman, 2-1.
And unfortunately now, the bullpen that has been hard to trust for Joe Madden is going to be put in duties to have to trust it.
And that lack of trust has led to all the work, especially last night for Chapman. Gomes could be a hero. 2-2. Back-to-back sliders. Travis Wood, the left-hander, just got up. Getting ready in a hurry. Inning over. That strikeout ends the inning. But in the inning, 3 runs come across for the Cleveland Indians. All with 2 out. Rajay Davis, the 35-year-old. His first home run since August 30th. Heartbreak in Chicago. And a tied Game 7 after 8. Unbelievable. Tying home run in the 8th inning or later of a World Series Game 7. And it belongs to Rajay Davis. His first since the 30th of August. The moment of his life. But it's 6-6 now, 9th inning. How much can the Indians get out of Cody Allen? That misses for ball 1 to David Ross, who homered in his only at bat back in the 6th.
Yeah, Cody Allen's been unbelievable, but again, he's pressed into some extra duty now and extra adrenaline to boot.
2-0.
And I've seen crazy games and crazy series played. I think back to Texas and St. Louis 2 times. 1 strike away from winning the World Series in Game 6. This is Game 7. Battling off pitches and then getting a homer. And now the weather that they were worried was coming in is here.
Starting to rain. 2-0 the count on David Ross. Cody Allen. That's high for ball 3. There is action for the Indians in their bullpen as the rain picks up a bit. Three and one. This is the first Game 7 tied after 8. Since the classic you were a part of, 1991, Braves and Twins. That game at the Metrodome, this game at Progressive Field. Allen needs to throw a strike. 3-1. He can't. A leadoff walk here in the 9th inning. Remember, the Cubs are carrying 3 catchers. If they want a pinch run for Ross, they can and they will with Coghlan.
Well, Ross will realize getting back to the dugout. He got a chance to play in Game 7. It'll be the final time he gets a chance to play, but a homer and a walk.
Now Coghlan running at first. Hayward at the plate. Remember, Cody Allen took over in the 7th. Got to strike him out, throw him out, double play. Had a quick 8th. But his pitch count is up to 23.
It is so difficult to keep going beyond what you normally do in the regular season. Your mind is willing. Your body sometimes lets you know that it's fatigued. And what happens is you sacrifice location because you're trying to generate the stuff you feel you're losing by just the length of the game that you're pitching.
Hayward 0 for 3 tonight. 3 for 18 in this World Series. Indians expect a bunt. No sign of it on ball 2.
The Indians have Shaw. Looks like he's in the pen trying to get ready in the rain. That little shower just kind of dissipated. Maybe that'll help the touch on the ball for Cody Allen.
Here's a 2-0. Jason Hayward takes a strike. Hayward hit .230 during the regular season, first year of an 8-year deal. He's got 1 RBI this postseason. He's gone 21 straight games without a hit on the road.
He's got to let it go right here on a fastball. He's got to think fastball, trust it, and let it go.
And he grounds it foul.
Now he's got to get in a different mode because more than likely an elevated fastball or that power curveball is coming. But that's the pitch he had to hit. That was his best chance right there. 2-1.
Are you surprised with Hayward and his struggles? The go-ahead run on at first, a guy who can run, and Coghlan no bunt.
Yeah, Hayward showed 1 bunt. Didn't look very good with it, but I think with Baez on deck, I think Joe Madden likes this matchup a little bit better if he can get 2 chances to swing the bat.
The 2-2 now. Runner goes. Grounder to first is foul, and Coghlan got a good jump. The recent clinch games for the Cubs. Back in 2003, Game 7, Game 6. 1984 blew a 3-run lead in the NLCS Game 5 against San Diego. Indians trailed tonight 5-1 in the 5th. Come back to tie it 6-6. 2-2. That is foul down the line. And Hayward is starting to time up Cody Allen.
Yes, he is. And Cody Allen a little bit slow to the plate. You saw Coghlan go, but this fastball right here got to be fouled up. I would think almost definitely with a breaking ball. Preferably in that same area and height.
2-2 the count. Check on Coghlan. This is the 3rd time in a World Series Game 7 that a team has come back from 4 runs or more to tie or take the lead. 25 Pirates won it over Washington. The 60 Yankees trailed 4-0 to Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. Lost on the Mazeroski home run 10-9. Indians tonight trailed 5-1 in the 5th. Just got a piece.
It's got to be lower. You know Cody Allen's trying to get it lower. This one catches too much of the plate. Height-wise.
Coughlin has taken off one time during this at bat by Hayward. Hayward's plenty strong. He hit 7 home runs during the regular season. Drove in 49. Only 1 since the postseason began. And for a while benched. A chance here. That's hard hit, but right at Kipnis. A flip, out, no throw. 1 on, 1 out.
Jason Hayward can get down the line, but he squared that ball up. Another hanger. And get the out at second. I think Terry's going to have a double switch situation coming up.
It's an inning and 2/3 for Cody Allen.
Or he might be asking about the slide at second.
The grounds crew, on a separate note, just came firing out from behind the left field wall. They're going to give this a look. And now the grounds crew is stationed behind the tarp down the line. What do you think of the slide?
Well,
that's what's being challenged here by Terry Francona.
Lindor is in front of the bag about 3 or 4 feet, right? And you're supposed to slide into the bag without deviating. So the question is going to be, see how far he is when he catches the ball and see how far he goes when he gets ready to throw. They're going to see if his slide deviates from the bag or if it's straight on. That angle doesn't really tell us a whole lot. This might be better. And it looks like he's going to the bag, but
and now they've called the runner at second out and the runner at first, and Joe Maddon's going to get an explanation. Let's see. This is why Major League Baseball has got to give an announcement as to what they're looking at. They pointed to second and said out. The crowd reacted, thinking that Cleveland's going to get both outs. I'm not sure that's the case. And so Terry Francona's out and getting an explanation from John Hirschbeck. And they are going to put Hayward back at first, but they leave everybody in the dark because they don't say what they're reviewing. And then there's no announcement made to the crowd. So the crowd reacts, but it's what we expected, which is Hayward at first, 1 out, and it was an okay slide by the runner.
Yeah, and that's what Terry was coming out to see, is the slide okay, and they said yes, and now he will make that pitching change.
So it's Hayward at first, 1 out. Cody Allen is gone. Shaw is coming in with Baez coming up. tied. Rajay Davis off of Aroldis Chapman in the bottom of the 8th. Off the lens of the camera to set off a celebration and tie the game at 6. And now here in the 9th inning. In a tie game, a man aboard. Davis, his heart racing, I'm sure, in center. Hayward the runner. Javier Baez the hitter. Brian Shaw on the mound. Baez is homered tonight. That's a strike on the outside corner.
Everything Shaw throws cuts. And he does have a rather interesting leg kick to home. So if Hayward gets any timed jump, see if he takes advantage of it. Big pitch there.
And Hayward didn't take off on a ball that trickled away from Yan Gomes. Meanwhile, just to finish the story about what happened in the bottom of the 8th after Lester gave up the infield hit, Aroldis Chapman, who was called on last night in a 5-run game, went back out to work in the 9th inning in a 7-run game. There's no doubt the amount of work finally caught up to Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, absolutely. It catches up to everyone. It caught up to Miller. I mean, Cody Allen could only throw so many innings. He was trying to throw 3.
The postseason brings about truth serum for these managers and who they trust out of their bullpens. It's a shorter list for Joe Maddon than it is for Terry Francona. And Madden's got starters down there tonight, and he went to Lester and then Chapman. It didn't work. 2-1.
But both games, Joe, get traced back to 2 outs, 1 runner on, and you take your starter out. When you take your starter out, you're forced to make more moves that result in going to Chapman. Arrieta cruising. 100 pitches, big deal. He took him out. We saw what happened yesterday. Hendricks kind of cruising, took him out, saw what happened.
Swing and a miss, throw down to second, gets away, and Hayward will go to third. Go ahead run 90 feet away. On a stolen base and then an error on the throw by Gomes.
Well, he timed him, and he's got the bigger leg kick, and you see the great jump, and the swing keeps the catcher back from jumping out, and then the ball on a little bit of a wet infield skips, and now with Terry
he's bringing Michael Martinez in. It's a stolen base E2. And Yan Gomes, who is the primary catcher for the Indians, suffered through an injury-plagued year. Made it back to the roster, but has been watching Roberto Perez catch. Very limited work behind the plate. Tested by Hayward. A good throw might have had him. The throw bounced in, and now the go-ahead run is at third base with 1 out and a 3-2 count. And you've got basically a designated thrower and Michael Martinez taking over in right for Geyer.
This will be a gutsy call right here. 3-2. You get a scenario where you can actually through a squeeze, and if he fouls it off, he strikes out.
Geyer moves from right to left. So an outfield of Geyer, Davis, and Martinez with the infield in. And with 1 out, a 3-2 pitch to Javier Baez. That is a strikeout on a foul bunt with 2 strikes, 2 out.
That's what I thought they were going to do. This is not a good matchup for Baez expanding the zone. All he's got to do is put it in play with the runner at third reading it. He doesn't get the barrel of the bat. Look, he's trying to jab at it. If all he does is put it in play, Hayward can read it. And that jab right there, he's got to square around and bunt it, and they got a chance.
Instead, a strikeout on a foul bunt with 2 strikes.
And see, he's protected with that strikeout by not getting the runner thrown out if he doesn't hit it in fair territory, bunt it in fair territory.
Well, now 2 out, and Dexter Fowler, who's had a 3-hit night and lined out, Looking for a 2-out hit. Shaw looking to keep it tied.
Now this is a better matchup for Joe Matt. I mean, ultimately, you would have liked Baez to get it down, but Fowler swinging the bat good, as you mentioned.
What a play that was. 1-0 pitch. Fowler 2-0. Again, the story with Dexter Fowler. The report was he had agreed to a deal with Baltimore. Ended up signing a 1-year deal to come back to the Cubs. Surprised his teammates in spring training. To be a part of it could be a hero. That's into the shortstop spot. Lindor, what a play! And this game is 6-6 into the bottom of the 9th. And Lindor had to range all the way behind the bag to end the inning. What a play.
Up the middle, good speed by Fowler. You got to throw this quick, and he did. What a play.
And that sends this game into the bottom of the 9th. And the top of the order will bat for Cleveland. And Chapman is going back out there. This commercial-free break is brought to you by T-Mobile. Welcome to unlimited baseball. The Cubs last won the World Championship in 1908. They went back-to-back in 07 and 08 against the Detroit Tigers. Who was alive in 1908? Al Capone was a 9-year-old. You knew what was to come for Al. Babe Ruth was 13 years old. Thomas Edison, 61 years old in 1908. And Samuel Clemens, a.k.a. Mark Twain, was in his early 70s. And then 68 years ago, the year was 1948. The last time this proud Indians franchise won it all. And for Cleveland, in the history of this great city, 2 teams have clinched here. The 1920 Cleveland Indians and the 1964 Cleveland Browns. They did that at Cleveland Municipal Stadium, which was taken down. It's where the Indians played as well, and now a new stadium where the Cleveland Browns play. And this game 7 is going into the bottom of the 9th inning, and Aroldis Chapman, I can't imagine how much he has left. We'll deal with the top of the lineup, Santana, Kipnis, and Lindor. After a 2-out rally in the bottom of the 8th, tied this game at 6.
Oh my.
It's hard to catch your breath. Good job by Brian Shaw on the top of this 9th, and a play behind the bag by Lindor. With the top of the order coming up. Thanks, fans, for watching the T-Mobile Unlimited Baseball break. Hashtag Unlimited Baseball. The DH Santana. Here's a guy who's hit better against left-handed pitching this postseason. He is more powerful from the other side of the plate with 34 during the regular season, 30 of which came batting left-handed. 1 ball, 1 strike from Chapman, who's given the Cubs everything he's got.
Couple sliders to come out. Both these teams embody their manager. Neither one would ever give up, and both have the heart of their leader.
2-1 from Chapman. There are pitchers up for the Cubs in their bullpen, in case you're wondering. Arrieta had been up with Carl Edwards Jr. Now it's a lefty, Mike Montgomery. 2-1 on Santana. 3-1 from Chapman. Full count. The only game-winning home run in the 9th inning or later in a Game 7. Bill Mazeroski with a walk-off home run in 1960 in Pittsburgh against the Yankees. Santana hits one in the air to left, got under it, and Zobrist is coming on. 1 out. And Chapman a good job to bounce back from a 3-1 count.
Yeah, he threw a 3-1 slider or 3-2 slider, and there's no way, I don't think Santana thought that would be the pitch, and just got underneath it. Here's the slider. When you're expecting 100, even though it wasn't the best located slider, tough to adjust.
Now it's Kipnis from Northbrook, Illinois. Grew up a Cubs fan. Of the teams with Grace and Sandberg. The Indians' heart and soul takes a strike. He's homered twice in this World Series, 4 times this postseason. Ball 1. That's in the air to right, down the line, and hooking foul. And strike 2.
Well, normally Chapman would rear back and throw a high fastball right here, but he could tell that the command and the velocity is not quite understandably where it would be, so he's come in this inning and throw more sliders. And another one coming.
Last inning, Aroldis Chapman was 8 pitches out of his 21 were triple digits. So far 0 for 10 and getting it to 100 or better, and he's featured more sliders. Ball 3. And Miguel Montero, who has taken over behind the plate after Ross was lifted for the pinch runner, goes out to talk to Chapman.
Trying to get his fever for what he feels good about here on this 3-2 pitch. A lot of sliders in a row that Kipnis has gotten a chance to look at. I mean, this is the way it's supposed to be, isn't it? 2 franchise desperately trying to end something. 21 innings later. Okay, not 21.
Right now, we're just tied in the ninth. 3-2. Struck him out. 98. 2 out. Second strikeout for Chapman. Lindor coming up.
And this is typically what he does. He just rears back when that's up in the zone. A hitter. Talk to every hitter. You tell yourself to stay off of it, but you can't. It just ball looks like it's so good, and then it's by you.
And let's say this with regard to Joe Madden. No matter any move that was made tonight, he had Chapman on the mound, leading by 3 with 4 outs to get.
Right.
He'd take that 10 times out of 10. But the Indians got him, and now Lindor pops it into right. And with this, Game 7 is going to the 10th. Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up for the Cubs in a 6-6 game.
That's what we're here to do. Breathe, right.
You're not going to believe this. Just as we get ready to start the 10th, the grounds crew is told by this umpiring crew and the crew chief, John Hirschbeck, to bring out the tarp. And this has to tell you that there's heavier weather coming. We've seen the umpires talking to the grounds crew between innings. I would say it's not pouring right now. I know on TV it looks worse than it really is. But the tarp is on the field. It's rained like this already in this game. They played through it, but now they won't. And so we're going to be delayed.
There's some heavier stuff coming. That's what they're anticipating. And that's what you're looking at.
Well, we'll have to wait a little while longer for the start of the 10th. Meanwhile, there's so many things to talk about in this game. Roldis Chapman, to me, it dates back to him coming in last night and all the work, and then tonight he gives up in the 8th inning a double. Brandon Guyer with a huge double. And then he scored on the 2-out, 2-run home run by Rajay Davis. What a big in-season pickup that was for General Manager Mike Chernoff and President of Baseball Operations Chris Antonetti. And then I know you were expecting it, but after the stolen base and the throwing error by the catcher Jan Gomes, runner at third, 1 out, a 3-2 count, where you know that Brian Shaw is going to have to throw a strike. Joe Madden puts the bunt on, hoping that Baez can get the bunt down. Baez, remember, was the co-MVP of the NLCS. Obviously struggling. He bunts it foul, and the strikeout, then the play by Lindor to his left to Rob Fowler, and here we are tied at 6.
Yeah, and honestly, it was an easier play than he made it. He tried to jab the bunt instead of sacrifice the bunt and play aggressive, and that's what the Cubs were able to do, is play aggressive with their base running. They played aggressive there based on the matchup. They're going to have to figure this thing out after who knows how long of a rain delay.
Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. John, you're the crew chief. What do you hear about the weather?
Well, we've been talking for the last couple innings, and there was a cell that went through earlier that was light. We knew about that. This one, he thought it might miss us, but he said just at the last second when the inning was ready to start, he said it's going to hit us. And in this situation, we don't want to take any chance. We don't want to have them play now in the 7th game of the World Series and extra innings, high score, in conditions that aren't right. So just to keep the field perfect, we covered it, and we'll wait this out. And the good thing is there's nothing behind it.
So you expect to finish this game?
Absolutely.
John, thanks very much. Joe, back to you.
All right, mark that. Absolutely. And nice of John to stop by and talk with Ken Rosenthal, and we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Well, this has been, I mean, heartbeat in your throat, chest pounding. You see all the anguish with the fans down in the seats, and I'm sure back at Murphy's bleachers and all over Chicago. This is as good as a game can be, and for second guessers and first guessers, John, this game has provided every opportunity to look at strategy and say, well, I wouldn't have done this. I'm glad he did this. I mean, it's thrilling stuff.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm going to say is that in the 7-game series, I thought the Cubs had an advantage with their starting pitching if it gave them depth, because you think about the 4 guys they've had. And the Indians were working with just 3 guys, right? And you had to come back 3 times with Kluber. And the fact that neither Arrieta or Hendricks was able to get you in the 7th, I think, is kind of the story. I mean, it caused Madden to go to earlier usage of their closer, and I think that's shown up a little bit here. This is a perfect example of when a bullpen is taxed, it shows up. At some point, we're in the 7th game. Might not have showed up in the 5th game, but it showed up in the 7th game. We got a classic 6-6. We're going to see who's got the guts to get it done.
Yeah, and the Cubs are in a much different position than Cleveland right now. I can't imagine Joe Madden sending Aroldis Chapman back out there. I mean, who knows? I've been surprised already by a couple of moves that have been made. If he doesn't, that means that Game 7 is going to come down, at least for the Cubs, with somebody not named Aroldis Chapman on the mound trying to close down the game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Terry Francona has Brian Shaw in the game right now. As I say this, the rain all but stops here. I would hope that if there's nothing behind it, they rip this thing off and go play, because you know Terry Francona's dying to get Brian Shaw back out there. Doesn't want him to have to sit after finishing off the top of the 9th.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, when you see this game and 5-1 lead, and then all of a sudden it's a 3-run lead, innocently, the inning where they scored 2 runs on the wild pitch, that was huge, because that set up this whole scenario to get it to the point where 3 runs in the big leagues is, we've seen people come back from that.
And that's the point when Joe Madden took his starter out of the ball game. Kyle Hendricks went to Lester, who was great.
Yes, he was.
But there was an error by Ross on a really tough play, a throwing error, and then a wild pitch that scored 2 runs. That's what you're talking about. But Hendricks looked like he had the Indians hitters really off balance all night. He had thrown 63 pitches. He comes out of the game, and now that starts the clock a little bit earlier to Aroldis Chapman, and Chapman's pitching in the 8th inning after all that work last night and after all that work in Game 5. It's a lot.
Well, I said in the open that we're going to see and talk about a moment. I didn't know there'd be 14 of the moments
no kidding.
that we're talking about.
Well, let's look at the bottom of the 8th inning. Remind you why we're sitting here tied about to start the 10th. This was a 2-out single by Jose Ramirez against John Lester. Now Brandon Geyer against Chapman. A good bat. An RBI double into right center field. That was a big swing tonight, but this the biggest. A 2-out, 2-run shot by Rajay Davis. And the 35-year-old who has found the fountain of youth here in Cleveland ties the game with a home run. Now, with Hayward running in the top of the 9th inning, a throwing error by Yan Gomes, 3-2 count. They tell Baez to bunt. You weren't surprised, I was. And then Fowler hits kind of a soft liner that Lindor is somehow there to make the play. That's how good that kid is. So we've seen flashes of brilliance. We've seen youth served. We've seen, I mean, clutch hits, great pitching, mistakes, errors, wild pitches. Let's go down to Tom Verducci.
Joe, well, as you know, this game, this month, really pushes guys to the limit, to perhaps a breaking point. Aroldis Chapman with upwards of 100 pitches in the last 3 games. I can tell you he was the last one to leave this dugout during the rain delay, and he was in tears. On the other side, think about the Indians having to shorten up their rotation, pitching their starters on short rest the last 3 games. Those pitchers have given up 13 runs in 10 1/3 innings. Right now, this month, this night, is a war of attrition.
Yeah, Tom, it makes you think about 2011 with a pitcher in tears reportedly in Game 6 of that great World Series between the Rangers and the Cardinals. Well, let's hope this is the beginning of the grounds crew ripping this tarp off the field and us going back to work in the top of the 10th with Brian Shaw getting ready to deal with Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo. Big bats coming up. Here's Kevin Burkhardt and the guys.
Okay, Joe, thanks very much. Wow, craziness, guys. Frank Thomas, Pete Rose, Alex Rodriguez. I left you. That went down through the trophy. We're about to walk into the Cubs clubhouse, and all of a sudden we hear a roar, and the TV's on a delay, and we're like, oh, my goodness. Alex, we talked about it last night, the usage of Aroldis Chapman. Do you think that played a factor here?
There's no question about it. Move, removing him. He looked like a guy that was facing a JV or a freshman team. He was absolutely dominating him. And Santana was struck out. Sam, the home plate umpire, did not call it. And then I was shocked that he was removed so early. How about you, Pete?
I was too, but we got to talk about Cleveland tonight. You get a guy picked off. Okay, they don't make a double play. They have a bad throw from a short fly ball, which Bryant really made a good base run and move. That was a good. Because when the guy caught it, he didn't catch it like he thought the guy was going to go. Now all of a sudden he goes and the throw's high, he's safe. Those are 3 big parts of this ball game.
Well, the Lester thing was interesting too, Alex, to add what you said, because Joe Madden pointed out that he wasn't going to bring him in the middle of it. He brought him in with a runner on when Hendricks was pitching just fine. And obviously that inning goes wild pitching. They get 2 runs. They kind of get a little light. They were lifeless at that point.
They were.
I thought he was pitching, better than just fine. I mean, he was dominating. He had the fastball working. He was throwing strike 1, the changeup. He had these guys off balance. The only ball they hit hard was the one Napoli hit to Chris Bryant.
Yeah, Ross couldn't do anything about that wild pitch, though, because it actually bounced almost in front of the plate and hit him in the mask. You know, I know you got a 39-year-old guy just coming in there fresh, but he couldn't do anything about that. Ross's home run is really why we're still here.
Let's not make any more excuses. This is a great ball game.
Oh, it is a great game.
6-6 tie, two resilient teams. It's going to come down, like we said earlier, who wants it the most. Right now, it seems like the Indians have the momentum, but you just never know with a rain delay right now. Both of these teams still in position to win this game. I don't care all the craziness going on. This is why these two teams are in this position in the World Series.
Okay, a couple things. First of all, our rain delay coverage brought to you by T-Mobile right now here on Fox. And there's some good news. They are going to start this thing up at 12:15. It's in about 8.5 minutes, 12:15 Eastern. So in about 8.5 minutes, they expect to resume. We're going to be in the top of the 10th inning. So now my question, Frank, is this. How do the Cubs get off the mat? I mean, it's such an emotional thing for the Indians to come back, boom, force extra innings. How do the Cubs get that second burst of emotion to kind of push forward and get the lead again here?
Well, they just got to believe they still can score some runs. They're getting deep into the Cleveland Indian bullpen at this point. They got to find a way to push runs over. But right now the momentum is with Cleveland, and they're going to do everything possible to score a run.
Well, I don't know if the momentum's with Cleveland or not, Frank, because Chicago has 2, 3, and 4 coming up, where Cleveland had their big bats the last inning. So they're going to start off with 4, 5, and 6. So let's see what happens.
You know, for me, again, it goes back to fundamentals and discipline. Look for a mistake to maybe be the key of this game.
By the way, you're a great shortstop for you moved over. Francisco Lindor. How about that play? That's the Cubs are in the lead if not for that.
Unbelievable play and a great throw.
Yeah, great throw. It's just some game, right? Game 7, we're in position for something exciting here. Maybe even a walk-off in extra innings for only the second time in Game 7 history.
What about the 2-strike squeeze bunt? What was that all about?
Listen, I was obviously down there, and I'm watching, and I wasn't with what? I have no idea.
3 and 2.
The infield's drawn in.
Yes.
He did that on his own, obviously, right?
I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up.
That was a call.
No, that was that's what it's called, the 3-2 safety squeeze. That's what it was called.
Really?
I don't think it was on his own because Hayward was on third. He started anticipating like he was going to bunt. It was a safety squeeze. It wasn't a squeeze.
Gotcha.
And I don't think he did that on his own.
No. Safety squeeze. That comes from Joe from the bench. And the other thing is, you never bunt for a hit when you have 2 strikes. The other thing with Brian Shaw, because his ball, everything cuts and is coming on around 95 miles an hour. Boy, that is a tough baseball to bunt.
Well, we've seen this kid have some bad at-bats against hard-breaking balls and everything else. 3-2 there. I'm thinking Joe is wanting him to get out over the plate and able to take ball 4.
Right.
But, I mean, he had a fastball right out. I mean, a cut fastball right out of the middle of the plate. The guy's already hit a home run tonight.
What drama?
It's drama.
I mean, Game 7, you've got 2 teams that haven't won the World Series in 1 billion years. The Cubs in 108 years. The Indians in 68 years. So, of course, we have a rain delay, and we're going to extra innings. Let's go now to the Dugout Live. Ken Rosenthal is standing by with Terry Francona. Kenny. Okay. Kenny, I guess, can't hear us. That's what happens with the rain. It's all good. Well, if anybody, who's got an advantage here? Is there an advantage at all? These managers get to reset a little bit, Frank. Short delay. Again, we're going to play in about 7 minutes here.
Might not be an advantage, but the field is wet. Could come down to an error. You just never know what might happen. We saw one earlier in the Game 2. We saw a big error that opened up the game for the Cubs. Who knows? I mean, this is a situation right now that any team can win this game, and the world is watching.
They're
we got a big audience. They're loving this.
They're talking rain right there.
Well, I think to answer your question, Kevin, I think anytime you're in extra inning, the home field has an advantage. Like you say, Pete, you always have a chance to come back, and if they score, you get a chance to tie the game.
Yeah. So you're seeing some live pictures right now. This is Shaw warming up. These guys are getting ready to go. We're told 5 minutes. And there is the hero, at least right now, Rajai Davis. Not a home run hitter, obviously. What did he have, 12 during the regular season?
Yeah, but he can hit that fastball, Kev.
He did.
He's my ex-teammate. He can hit a fastball with the best of them. When I saw him choking up, I said, look out. He's looking for nothing but a fastball. And, I mean, it was a great pitch out of the ballpark.
Did you like his adjustment in that at-bat? Because he looked a little overmatched in the very beginning of that at-bat.
Well, Chapman was a little tired. Instead of that 102, it got down to 98 at one point. Down in the zone, which became very hittable for Roger Davis, who's an excellent fastball hitter.
Are we not going to see Chapman anymore?
You were in spring training, but Kevin, here's the thing. When you're fatigued, you don't lose miles per hour per se, but what you do lose is command and movement. and you saw that. The other thing that was strange is 7 pitches to Roger Davis, all fastballs.
And then he comes the next inning and throws almost all sliders. Now he got out of that inning. So that's where we are. We're going to the top of the 10th. We're all tied up. And now, you know, more drama. The middle of the order coming up is Schwarber, who will lead off against Shaw. Your guy Schwarby, who will lead it off against Shaw. Well, you like drama? How about a game 7 and a winner go home? Cubs, Indians. Here we go. Looks like plays about to resume. Back up to the booth. Joe Buck and John Smoltz. Guys, take it away.
All right, Kevin, thank you. Just to finish on Aroldis Chapman, who you heard from Tom Verducci was in tears leaving the dugout a moment ago. Chapman 97 pitches in the last 3 games, and his most ever before in a 4-day span, 83. Back with the Reds in July of 2015. And I agree with Alex Rodriguez. You saw just how tough he was to pitch a 1-2-3 ninth after the heartbreak of the 8th. And now we're underway in the 10th, and it's Kyle Schwarber, who tonight is 2 for 4, and who has 5 career postseason home runs, all 5 last year. In his rookie year, you know what he's thinking. Hard hit, base hit. Leadoff man is on, and Schwarber pumping his fist down the first baseline. He's on to start the 10th. And after the long layoff, Brian Shaw, who came on in the top of the 9th, had to wait a 17-minute delay, and Schwarber now will be lifted for a pinch runner, Albert Almora. How about a 3-hit night for Kyle Schwarber?
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. The ball down, he gets to. The ball up, not so much. Shaw makes a mistake there. Tried to pitch him up. Got it into one of the sweetest swings on the Cubs lineup.
Well, there's the go-ahead run. Albert Almora. And the batter is the suddenly red-hot Chris Bryant, who has a hit, a walk, 2 runs scored tonight. Ball 1 missing. Now you're asking, John, for a lot out of Brian Shaw, who came on in the 9th, had to sit during the bottom of the 9th, albeit a 1-2-3 frame, and then a 17-minute delay.
Yeah, and the Indians will have all their resources going, and whatever Terry thinks are better matchups for particular hitters.
That pitch dangerously up, and Bryant fouls it back. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
At this point, Shaw is trying to will a ground ball. And when I say will it, you're talking about a great hitter who lifts the ball in Bryant. So you have to make a great pitch that he reaches to hit on the ground. Otherwise, he could gap you.
Fought it off. Good pitch in on the hands at 96. And Bryant checks his bat to make sure there are no cracks. Strike 2. Bryant has gone back-to-back games with a home run last night, a 4-hit game. Two and 2.
I said earlier, the team that handles emotionally all the ups and downs will be better suited to win a game. You spend so much energy. Cubs got off to a great start, up, thinking, counting outs, got their closer in, and then that energy gets zapped from you and it gets shifted to the other side. Well, that rain delay kind of puts it more at neutral, and now it's up to the Cubs to try and create stress for the Indians here on the road in extra innings.
Bryant on 2 and 2. High fly ball into center. Back is Davis. 1 step from the wall. Tagging is Almora with great base running. And into second with 1 out. Good heads-up base running off the bench for Albert Almora.
That was because somebody else, a little less experienced, would have think of rounding second and being prepared to score. But he saw the height of the ball. He saw Davis under it. and getting an extra base is more important than being able to potentially score if the ball is hit off the wall. That's a great read. A lot of people will be standing at second base getting ready to turn. And now he is at second base.
And now a hit could put the Cubs back on top with Rizzo and Zobrist coming up. And a meeting on the mound. The home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook, goes out to break it up.
Well, they're just choosing their poison. Which one do they want to pick? With a base open, they're not going to pitch to both of them. They're either going to pitch to Rizzo and get him out and walk Zobrist, in my opinion, to pace Russell. So figure out what Terry Francona wants to do.
Rizzo tonight hit by a pitch, an RBI single, and he will be intentionally walked. And the man who's trying to win rings in back-to-back seasons with two different teams, Kansas City a year ago, Chicago now, will be up with 2 on 1 out. Rizzo's gone 2 for 2 against Brian Shaw. His career numbers, so that, I'm sure, made the decision that much easier.
But that's respect right there. But I'll tell you one thing. Zobrist can handle a cutter from the left-hand side.
And he knows how to handle these spots. Came in red hot. Tonight, he's 0 for 4 with a run scored. Trying to deliver here in the 10th. Ball 1 from Shaw. Strike 1. The eyes of the world on Ben Zobrist. Strike 2.
Shaw has put 2, especially that one. Back door. Starts out a ball, catches the bottom right corner.
Zobrist spoils it. So they walk Rizzo. The go-ahead run at second. Zobrist, the veteran, up. The young shortstop Addison Russell on deck. Leadoff hit by Schwarber. Lifted for a pinch runner. Zobrist, that's a base hit. Cubs will take the lead. Almora digging to the plate. Zobrist delivers 7-6 in the 10th.
Stays on the ball so well does Zobrist. Tremendous bat control, and there's a man that I don't know if he thought he'd play a role in tonight's 7th game.
But he scores the go-ahead run, and John, it was his heads-up base running It really changed the complexion of this inning. It led to the intentional walk to Rizzo and led to the opportunity for Zobrist.
I'm telling you, if 10 guys were on the base, I don't know if 7 of them would have done what he did. So he deserves a lot of credit for thinking about the scenario, reading the center fielder, and not getting carried away with the moment and wanting to get to a position to score earlier than it was called for.
Second intentional walk.
And there's the cutter. He tried to go backdoor. He stays on it, slaps it the other way. And the Cubs
What a reaction by Rizzo, and now Miguel Montero. Montero has only 1 hit this postseason. He's 1 for 11. It was the game-winning grand slam in Game 1 of the NLCS at Wrigley. And here he is with the bases loaded, 1 out, trying to add to the lead. Remember, odds are against Chapman going back out there. But that'll be another decision for Joe Maddon. We've seen Edwards up in the bullpen. Who will be on the mound for Chicago in the bottom of this 10th? Right now, ball 1 to Montero.
And Montero, another guy who can handle the cutter from the right-hander. Likes the ball coming into him out over the plate.
That's a foul ball.
That was exactly what Cleveland was looking for right there. It looks like that's the man right now that has Chicago on his rather slim but electric arm.
The 25-year-old Chapman right now is in line for the win. But a long way to go, and Montero would like to take the pressure off the rest of this 10th. That's a base hit. Rizzo scores. Zobrist is held. 8-6 Chicago.
Unfortunately, 2 left-handers that like the cutter, and you see him stay on it again. Let's see, 2 hits, 2 bases loaded situations.
And listen to those Cub fans who have paid a dear price to be inside this stadium tonight. All the noise they're making. And you can hear them in Murphy's all the way here in Cleveland. 10th inning, pitching change. Cubs by 2. The Chicago Cubs at one point led 5-1. They were tied in the 8th, 6-6. And now lead by 2 in the 10th. Bases still loaded, and Trevor Bauer comes in out of the bullpen. He started the season in the bullpen. This postseason, he's made 4 starts, a record of 0-2. Lost game 5, John, 3-2 at Wrigley.
Yeah, I think this matchup has a lot to do with the 4-seam fastball up or 4-seam fastball with velocity against Hayward.
Bases loaded, infield in, and Hayward after the first pitch. Strike 1. The Indians in the bottom of this 10th will have Napoli, Ramirez, and Geyer. Getting into the area of the lineup for Cleveland that tied this game in the 8th. They're going to have to go to work again. But how big will this lead be?
Well, Schwarber getting the hit, just put a runner on, and then we saw the sac fly, and they weren't going to pitch to both Rizzo and Zobrist. They picked one. Zobrist made him pay.
Hayward swings at a terrible pitch that bounces in there, strike 2. That bounced 3 feet in front of the plate.
Well, he made his mind up. He was going to go after that fastball that he thought he was getting.
Good block by Gomes to keep the ball at the plate and avoid a wild pitch. Hayward backed up at 0-2. Again, the infield is in. Teammates with 3 or more hits in a World Series game, Dexter Fowler and Kyle Schwarber join a list. George Brett and Darryl Motley for the Royals in '85. Willie Stargell and Omar Moreno for the champion Pirates in '79. Schwarber's hit started this uprising in the 10th. Hayward goes around and strikes out as Bauer bounces another in there. And a big strikeout for the second out of the inning.
Over the top curveball and getting ready for a fastball again. Hayward not recognizing it. And can't hold the swing. Baez's first pitch is going to be the whole key to this at bat. What does he do? What's he guessing? And does Bauer give him a first pitch fastball to get ahead and then spin the ball, or start him out with a breaking ball?
Remember last time Baez was up, Hayward had stolen second, moved to third on a throwing error by the catcher. The count had gone full, 3-2. They asked Baez to get a bunt down, and he fouled it for a strikeout. Carl Edwards still getting loose. Baez. Ball 1 inside from Trevor Bauer.
And I actually loved the call. I thought it really was going to be a great element that he could create a bunt in the right area and Hayward read it. He just didn't get it down.
Bases loaded, 2 out, 2 runs home. 8-6 Cubs. Hittable, and Baez swung through it.
See, that's what he would have seen against Shaw at 3-2.
Talk about 3 catchers on the active roster for Joe Madden. Each catcher has an RBI tonight. As the Cubs have put up 8, including a home run by that man, David Ross, in his final big league game. Here's a 1-1. Strike 2. And Bauer came right after him at 95.
Seems like the more runners that get on, the bigger the swing, trying to do way too much, trying to hit a 8-run homer instead of a grand slam.
Bases loaded, 2 out. The 1-2. This time Baez lays off the pitch that got Hayward. 2-2.
Good pitch selection and good choice. Problem is he threw a fastball way up high. So now the variance between the height of his swing and where that pitch ended up is really a lot bigger. Just a little bit higher of that curveball, and he can't stay off of it.
How big is the lead for the Cubs going to be? Fly ball into center for Davis. And a great job by Trevor Bauer to limit the damage to 2. Bottom of the 10th inning. And the Cubs celebrated in the top half. Rizzo, Selbrist with a big hit. Back after this from your local Fox station. To you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Chicago Cubs are 3 outs away. The Cleveland Indians are looking for more heroics like they got in the bottom of the 8th as they trail by 2. In the bottom of the 10th, Zobrist, the go-ahead RBI double. Montero tacked one on. Flashes the signs for Carl Edwards Jr. And we're about to find out about Carl Edwards Jr., the 25-year-old hard-throwing right-hander looking for the 3 biggest outs of his life. A 48th round draft pick deals high, a ball and a strike.
Well, he's got a really electric arm and the ball will cut. The key for the Indians is staying off his curveball, trying to make that curveball thrown for strikes. But when you're trying to catch up to 96, you sometimes react to that curveball.
Here's a 1-1 to Napoli. Out of play right side, strike 2. Chapman ends up going an inning and a third. He allowed 2 runs, struck out 2. They'll have 3 hits, all with 2 out in that 3-run 8th. After taking over for Lester, in line for the win. 2-2. It's Napoli now. Jose Ramirez and Brandon Guyer. There is action for the Cubs in their bullpen. A strikeout starts the 10th. Carl Edwards got a taste of the big leagues last year, and he's getting a taste of an historic Game 7 here in 2016.
Absolutely. See the cutting action on that, and the guy that we heard from earlier having a hard time controlling his emotions, Rizzo, is so ready to erupt.
Strike 1 to Jose Ramirez. Indians need a base runner to have a chance. Ramirez 2 for 4 tonight. His hit chased Lester in the 8th. He scored on the double by Guyer. The 0-1. That is foul down the right field line. Strike 2.
Carl Edwards was lined up on the line, and you had to pick a pitcher. You would never suspect that this guy could throw 97 miles an hour. Fluid arm action and late life.
Ball 1. Ball 2.
I just feel like saying, all the bosses out there, be patient with your employees tomorrow. They're going to be sleep deprived.
A groggy morning. With 1 out, nobody on. Timeout. To Russell. 2 out. The Cubs are 1 out away. And the batter will be Brandon Guyer. Two teams with a combined 176 years of frustration and no world championship. Theo Epstein has been the drought buster. He was in Boston trying to do it in Chicago. 2 out, nobody on. Guyer takes a ball.
Didn't like that first pitch. Go after him. 96-97.
Two and 0. A deep breath for Carl Edwards Jr. 2 balls, no strikes on Guyer.
I just didn't like the first pitch. I mean, I know you start thinking again. That's the thing. Don't think about this is an out or I'm an out away from winning a championship. Just make 1 pitch at a time. And that first pitch got him a little bit off his game plan. Now 3-0.
It looked like Guyer went up there to take a strike. The first 3 have not been close. On deck is the hero from the 8th inning, Rajai Davis, who hit a 2-run home run to tie it at 6 off Chapman. Can Edwards throw a strike? Yes. A walk to bring the tying run up. And here comes Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, with Rajai Davis coming up. And Miguel Montero trying to guide Carl Edwards Jr. through this 10th. In the 8th, Rajai. Bedlam.
Well, against Edwards, much more difficult to do on cutters away for Davis. So I'm sure Bosio said, listen, come on. Don't pay attention to the guy first. Attack this hitter. And when you get with 2 strikes, maybe then you can kill him with a curveball.
Rajai Davis could tie it with a home run. Geyer will take second if he wishes. Cubs are giving it to him. Ball 1. And down to second is Geyer to take that force out away. No stolen base granted. Into center field, another hit. Here comes Geyer. The throw into second. It's a 1-run game. Davis delivers again. And that's going to be it for Carl Edwards Jr., who got the first 2, a walk and now an RBI single. With Michael Martinez, the scheduled hitter, the switch hitter, and nobody on the bench for Terry Francona here in the 10th inning. This is a 1-run game. Edwards is out. a longtime minor leaguer to the big leagues for the first time with Philadelphia. Now with Cleveland, came to the Indians last year, is up with 2 outs. He's 0 for 3 this postseason. There are his numbers during the regular year. He did hit 1 home run. He's the winning run at the plate, and you've got a base stealer at first in Rajay Davis.
Decent move out of Montgomery. Not a good arm, Montero. Curveball delight. Look for the ball in the dirt, and if you think you've got the opportunity, steal a bag, because the odds of getting multiple hits here with 2 outs, although the Indians have done it before.
Here's the 0-1. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all. 8-7-10. For the Cubs, no more wait till next year. No more talk of 1908. They win Game 7 in 10 heart-pounding innings. And for good measure, the foot of Chris Bryant slipped on that final out, but he still threw a strike to Rizzo. And the Cubs, Joe Maddon in charge, have won the World Series. What a game. What a series. What a night. Down to Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Joe. I'm with Chris Bryant. Chris, describe what it was like to field that last play.
Oh, man. I knew he was fast. I knew how to get rid of it. It's wet out here, the longest game ever. Oh, my. That's one of the best games anybody will ever see.
The 17-minute rain delay. How much did that reset your team? What did you guys do in the clubhouse?
That was the best thing for us. I mean, we all got together in the weight room, and, you know, we all supported each other. You know, Chappie was a little upset. You know, that guy works his butt off. I mean, Jason Hayward led the way. I mean, talking us up, getting us ready, and you saw what we did there.
Chris Bryant, the Chicago Cubs are World Series champions for the first time in 108 years. How does that sound?
It's the best thing I've ever heard. I've never won an award as a team. I've always been able to do it individually, but this trumps everything. I mean, I'm out here crying, man. I'm so happy. I mean, I can't even really put into words how this feels.
Chris, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now to you, Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Tom. Anthony, that's a game that will be talked about for a long, long time. What was it like to be a part of it?
I don't know, but it happened. It happened. Chicago, it happened. We did it. We're world champions, Ken. And that's it. We're world champions. I can't believe it.
You just told me that was the best rain delay of all time. What changed?
We just got together. Honestly, Jason Hayward called a meeting, only the players. And we rallied together. We rallied strong. we knew that we could do this. We know we keep fighting. We never quit. We always say it, and we pulled together, and the boys believed, and we won.
Now, it's been 108 years, as you know. What's it like being part of the team that brought the World Series title back to the north side of Chicago?
I can't even put it into words. It's just Game 7 of the World Series. It's unbelievable.
The ball, will you keep it?
I don't know what I'm going to do with that ball. It's going to be cherished forever, though. We're in the books. We're in history forever. This team is brothers forever, no matter what.
Anthony, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Joe, back to you.
Kenny, thank you. The winner is Aroldis Chapman, who goes to 2-0 this postseason. The save from Mike Montgomery, picked up in season from Seattle. It is his first save in the major leagues. And with the runner going, Martinez chops one to third. Bryant slipped. His throw was true. And the Chicago Cubs have won it 8-7. Meanwhile, the Indians kept battling back. Came back from down 5-1 tonight. Had a 3-run eighth. Got to within a run in the 10th. But in the end, it's the Cubs who end the drought. Let's go down to Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Joe. Jason Hayward, top of the 10th inning, a rain delay. You call a team meeting. Tell me why you did it, what was said.
I just had to remind them who they were. I just had to remind everybody who we are, who these guys are, what we overcome to get here. Win or lose, we never worried about that approaching every day. Beginning of every day, we never worried about win or loss. We just worry about how we're going to go out there, have fun, compete, be right there for the guys next to us, and not take this situation for granted. So I just had to remind them that, man, I'm proud of them. I say it all the time, but I'm proud of these guys.
This team was down 3-1. You blew a lead with 4 outs to go. What is it about the Cubs that made them world champions?
Every time we got asked to do something this year, I'm telling you, Tom, every time we answered it. Every single time these guys pissed off, wanting to be the guy to do it, didn't get a chance to do it, whatever it is, for whatever reason, but these guys overcame that for the guys in the clubhouse, man, and outstanding job. We got great leadership. Coaching staff's awesome, unbelievable. Ownership, front office, man, they let us do our thing. They gave us everything we could ever ask for to try and get a job done, and you never know what's going to happen, but they believed in us.
Tonight, you're a world champion. Congratulations.
No, I appreciate it.
Now to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Tom. John, you were just staring at your cap that says World Series champions. This is why you signed here. What's the feeling now that you've accomplished it?
How about that? I mean, I don't even know. You know, I see the guys that, the coaches and the players that have been through it all. You know, and you know, the fans. I mean, look at this place. I mean, you'd think we're at Wrigley. Man, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's to be a part of this is I don't have words to really tell you how I feel right now about this. I mean, I think it's all surreal, and man, it's a great feeling.
John, your own role in this, coming in relief, how difficult was that?
Man, I mean, I've always had a lot of respect for bullpen guys. I know how many times we put them in sticky situations and they always bail us out as starting pitchers. And to come in a situation like that, I know we had the lead and all that stuff, but man, it's definitely a situation that I don't want to be in anymore. You know, it's tough, man. That's a tough deal with the crowd and how loud and the emotions. And you know, the main thing was I didn't want to give up Kyle's run. That was kind of what it came down to, and I ended up doing it. But man, it's not a good feeling being down there. You don't know when you're going in and when to warm up and all that other stuff. But we got it done. We got it done. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter how.
Thanks, John, very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Joe, back to you.
What an effort tonight by John Lester. He goes 3 in relief of Kyle Hendricks. Chapman an inning and a third. He gets the win. So much coming up. Post-game coverage from here in Cleveland, and look at all the Cubs fans that are still here. And watch the reactions from the dugout. To the veteran catcher who's walking away, a champion. To the manager who finally won it all for the Chicago Cubs. To the man who put the plan in action. And all the fans, famous and otherwise, celebrating in Cleveland, Ohio. What a series. Squeezed every drop out of this. Part of the young core for Chicago. Chapman, yeah, he blew the save, but he pitched a perfect ninth, and he gets the win. Carl Edwards got the first 2 outs of the 9th inning. And then Mike Montgomery got the final out. History in Cleveland, Ohio. The trophy ceremony coming up, and the Chevrolet Most Valuable Player Award. Long night ahead on Fox and FS1. Congratulations, Chicago. Faces at Murphy's Bleachers in Chicago, just outside Wrigley Field. And then outside Wrigley Field as the celebration is on. The Cubs win it tonight in a great World Series, a tremendous Game 7. They win it in 10. Let's go down to the field again. Here's Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, David. This was your final game. It was an epic game. What was it like to play in this?
A lot of ups and downs. I'm totally exhausted. What a group of winners. What a group of resilient winners. These guys that never quit. They've answered every challenge all year long. When you want to just crumble when that ball goes over the fence, these guys fight back and continue to have good at-bats and play their game. We use every guy on our team, position player-wise. And that says a lot about this team. It's been that way all year. We got guys that didn't make the roster that are great players. It's a good organization. I'm so happy for these guys, and I'm just glad they took me on this journey.
When you hit the home run, you looked almost stunned. What was it like going around the bases?
You'd be stunned too if you had my swing. It was good. You know what? It was. We're gonna get a picture. It was floating around those bases, but I just focused on the win. I'm trying, you know, I felt like I let 2 in. As soon as I come in the game, I give up 2 runs, so it was nice to get 1 back. So proud of this group.
Last question. You said you're retiring because of your family. You want to spend more time with them. How much was that on your mind tonight?
It wasn't. I was staying in the moment. When we won the first start, I thought it was my wife and kids. What a great way, what a great journey these guys took me on, this trip. I'm so proud of these guys. The city of Chicago deserves this. With these guys. With these guys.
That's the way to end that interview. You saw the hug from Joe Madden, who becomes the 2nd Cubs manager ever to win a World Championship. The other one, Frank Chance, player manager in 07 and 08. What a night. What a game. Kevin Burkhardt, down to you.
Okay, Joe Buck, thank you very much. This Cubs clubhouse is fired up and ready to go. The commissioner, Rob Manfred, is here. We've got the commissioner's trophy. Let me introduce who's with me up here from the Cubs. Tom Ricketts is here, the owner and executive chairman. We've got Theo Epstein, the president of baseball ops, Crane Kennedy, president of business ops down there, Jed Hoyer, the general manager, and of course, Joe Madden, the manager. I think we have some hard work to present, Commissioner. Why don't we do that?
We do indeed. It is an honor to present the World Series trophy, and this one is really historic. Your fans waited 108 years, and you delivered in style with an amazing comeback from down 3-1. So Tom, Theo, Crane, Jed, and Joe, congratulations.
Tom, what does it feel like to hold this right now?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, I just think about, you know, so many millions of people giving so much love and support to this team for so many years. To finally pay them back, it's all for the fans. I give all the credit to the players, Joe and his great coaching staff, Theo and Jed, all the hard work they did, everything Crane did for the ballpark and the business and the neighborhood. Man, it's a team effort, and we're just happy to have this. Thank you so much.
I know you had a great vision, and I know you certainly hope, but now you can officially say it. The Cubs are World Series champs. How does that sound to you?
I just want to say this real quick. Hey, the Cubs are World Series champions! Feels pretty good. First time I've said it.
I'd say so. Go enjoy it, Tom.
First time I've said it. It feels pretty good. Thanks.
Let's bring in Theo. Come on in, Theo. Congratulations to you. I'll pass that over. I just have to know, you're watching this in the stands, and what are you thinking? How are you surviving this heart attack game tonight?
It's fitting. It's got to be done with one of the best games of all time. Just unbelievable. And what a testament to our players, their grit. You know, when we gave up the lead and then during the rain delay, I walked by the strength and conditioning room. They were all gathered around saying, like, this is only going to make it sweeter, boys. Let's grind, here we go. And they went out and had an unbelievable inning, scored 2 runs. But first, got to congratulate the Cleveland Indians, the Dolan family, Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff, Terry Francona, incredible postseason manager, great organization, phenomenal year. What a battle this whole series and tonight. But our fans deserve this. Our players deserve this. Chicago Cubs are world champions.
What do you think Chicago's like right about now?
I can't wait. I can't wait to go back. We don't need a plane to fly home, but you know, our fans just deserve it so much. And all the former Cubs, everyone. This is for so many people. Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Billy Williams, who's still here to come celebrate with us tomorrow when we see him. We're coming, bringing the trophy home to you guys. It's been a century in the making, and no one deserves it more than Cub fans, Cub players, the Cubs organization. Tom Ricketts, our scouts, player development guys, Joe, the coaches, the staff. Unbelievable job. What can I say?
Theo, congratulations. Enjoy it. That's Theo Epstein. We're going to get Joe. Joe, come on in here. Joe Madden, the manager. That looks good in your arms, Joe. How does it feel for you?
It's the baby. It's your first baby. It's pretty incredible standing here among all of our guys. This is why this has all happened. There's a tough game, obviously, the way they came from behind. We kind of regrouped during the rain delay, and this group never quits, just like they had just said. So give our guys all the credit in the world. A phenomenal bunch of professionals.
Well, as you look at these guys right here who are all staring at you, ready to party, what are you most proud about of what you've accomplished?
You just heard him say we never quit. I'm really proud of the attitude, the culture that we've created here, obviously. I think it's something that can carry us for many, many years to come. Just like in the past, not having won a World Series trophy in 108 years, I think this year is the breakthrough year. So now that standard of excellence could be carried through for many years to come.
Joe, emotionally, how do you hang in this game? I mean, there was a heart attack every 10 minutes.
Well, you know, you got to try. Everything was going perfectly until Davis hit the home run, and then all of a sudden you have to like really go to plan B, C, and D. But our guys are there all the time. There's no, like I said, there's no quit in the dugout. The conversation was great. It was incredible. It's incredible to be part of that whole moment.
When do you think, we'll let you go, when do you think it will settle in? I don't know if it's fully hit you, the Cubs have won the World Series.
I promise you, RV Drive, me and Jay are going to be heading back down south pretty soon. I will take it all in at that point. I know we have the parades coming up and all that kind of great stuff, but it'll hit me then. Last point, listen, I want to congratulate Tito and the Indians. I have so much respect for him and them. A great series, great season for them, absolutely. So I just want to make sure that I put that out there too. They're fantastic.
Joe, wonderful. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Joe Madden. And this Cubs clubhouse is fired up as you would expect. It's now time for the most valuable player trophy presented by Chevrolet. Let's bring in the commissioner again.
This year's most valuable player in the World Series is Ben Zobrist. Ben, you had a great series, and as everyone remembers, a crucial hit tonight, so there's a piece of hardware for
you. You've done this a couple years in a row. It's pretty hard to do. What does this one feel like compared to last year?
It's unbelievable. I can't even put it into words. What this team has battled through all year long, and believing that we're the best team, but the ups and the downs and having to fight through things. I mean, it's an unbelievable team to be a part of. Every guy on this team roots for each other, takes care of each other, and picks each other up, and that's what we did during that rain delay.
Ben, I have to ask you about the at-bat. The game-winning hit there, and you had 2 strikes. You had one defensive swing, kind of stay alive. But just how do you calm yourself in that moment, and what are you thinking against Shaw there in the 10th?
Well, you know, I know he throws a pretty hard cutter, and I was just battling. Obviously, I swung at a ball with 2 strikes and just barely hung in there in the at-bat, and fortunately he put one close enough to the plate where I could just slap it down the line down there. I mean, I have to thank Riz, because I never would have been in that situation if he wasn't such a good player.
Ben, hang on. We have a surprise for you. We're going to bring in Paul Edwards, Vice President for Chevrolet, and Paul's got a little surprise for you, right, Paul?
Thanks, Kevin. Hey, Ben, congratulations. An amazing performance tonight and all through the series. And I just want to say on behalf of Chevrolet, our 3,100 Chevy dealers across the country, and kids that play Chevy Youth Baseball, we want to honor you, look at it on the screen there, with a 50th anniversary Chevy Camaro that's out on the field right now. Congratulations, man.
Wow, thank you. Oh, my, look at that thing. Oh, my goodness. That's unbelievable. Oh, man, I'm going to have to take everybody in a ride in that thing for sure. That's unbelievable.
I have a feeling, Ben, if you drive that thing around Chicago, you'll never have to buy another meal the rest of your life.
Oh, my goodness. I can't wait.
Go enjoy it with your teammates. Ben Zobrist, the most valuable player here in this World Series, and we'll see if there's any other players we can grab up here. They're celebrating, enjoying this trophy presentation right now. Any other players we can get up here? Here's Anthony Rizzo. Maybe we can say hello to Anthony. Hey, Anthony, want to say a word real quick? Come on up. We had a great piece. You were Mike during the game, and you talked about how you were a glass case of emotion. That was like in the 5th inning. So how in the world were you holding it together later?
I don't know. I don't know. It's the best game I've ever been a part of. It's the best game I've ever seen, really. Just what a team. We started this year as a heavy favorites, and we went wire to wire all year. That's the best team in baseball. And the Indians did one heck of a job competing with their injuries, but this is the best feeling in the world.
Before I let you go, you were here when this team wasn't very good. You know, you've been here a while now, and you've seen the transition slowly to this point. What is it like now to be on top?
Oh my God, it's the best feeling in the world. You know, a lot of people have written us off. A lot of people have written us off this series, last series. So for us to come back 3-1 and win and finish this off in extra innings, it's the best rain delay of all time.
You believe you're world champs?
We're world champions for the rest of our lives.
Not bad. What? Anthony, congratulations. Go enjoy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anthony Rizzo and the Chicago Cubs are World Series champions. Unbelievable. That's it from the clubhouse. Let's go back upstairs.
Anthony Rizzo suffered a 101-loss season in 2012 with the Cubs. And Bill Murray's hoping to honk the horn. I don't know, the keys are in it. But the MVP is Ben Zobrist, a world champion a year ago in Kansas City. He got the go-ahead RBI double tonight in the 10th. And then a big RBI by Miguel Montero. Made it a 2-run advantage. Cubs win it by 1. Man, so much to talk about. What a game. And every once in a while, the game of baseball gives you a night you'll never forget. And the Cubs are off the list. As I said, tired of hearing about 1908. And like Theo Epstein said, for so many who have come before them, names like Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Billy Williams, who is here, Ferguson Jenkins, Rick Sutcliffe, Mark Grace, Ryan Sandberg. Cubs are celebrating. Back after this.
want that going on TV. Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey Chicago, what do you say? Cubs gonna win today. Go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey Chicago, what do you say? Cubs gonna win today.
The 1908 Cubs defeated Ty Cobb and the Tigers for the second straight year in the World Series. Names like Joe Tinker, Johnny Evers, Frank Chance, Mordecai Brown, Hall of Famers who played on that team. And now this good young core is celebrating in the visiting clubhouse here in Cleveland. Cubs win it all in 2016. And we welcome you inside our broadcast booth. I'm Joe Buck along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. It's been an honor watching this postseason, watching this series in particular. I think squeezing every last drop out of what these guys could give us. And in the end, the Cubs win it. Let's say one thing about Cleveland here before we get too far forward, and that is the young core of the Cleveland Indians. When healthy, Michael Brantley, the two starters back in their spots. The young core is here. This is going to be an Indians team that is to be reckoned with now in the next handful of years.
Yeah, I'm going to argue these are the two favorites going into next year. That's what I think about their young players. That's what I think about their rotation. The Cubs are not going anywhere. And Cleveland and Terry Francona and all that they've been through and the injuries, this was an incredible battle. This was a maybe run a little bit out of gas type momentum that Cleveland was riding. But both teams are going to be fun to watch, not just this year and this postseason, but years to come.
Yeah, you just never know who the hero is going to be. And tonight, Ben Zobrist, who really got hot with a bat. The RBI that put the Cubs on top in the 10th inning, just his second RBI of this World Series, but no bigger swing of the bat for a Chicago Cub than Ben Zobrist in the top of the 10th inning over the last 108 years.
Yeah, but he was the ultimate protector. You know, we talked about the bottom of the lineup not producing, and then sporadically they did. I think for Zobrist, making sure that Rizzo was protected, that's what we saw there. The walk, and then Rizzo knew that, you know, he wasn't going to get pitched to, and Zobrist came up huge. You mentioned the two RBIs, but I thought his bat this whole series was locked on.
Well, we like to hear from the other side, and in this case, the other side is represented by one of our favorites, Terry Francona, who's standing by now. Tom?
Thank you. Terry Francona, your team was down 3 runs, down to your last 4 outs. You forced extra innings. The game ended with a tying run on base. Describe your emotions about this night, this team.
Oh man, that was some kind of game. I mean, you know, somebody was going to win, somebody was going to lose. I wish they'd lost. I mean, there was a lot of good baseball. We asked, you know, so much of our guys. You know, from the pitchers, Corey Kluber starting 3 games, and you know Trevor being in his 3rd game, and our relievers going to the end. And you know, we ask our players to play the game with respect and to leave it on the field. That was it. I mean, they gave everything they had, and I kind of talked about it before the game. You know what an honor it was, but it really is. I mean, to go through that with this group and these people, it was an honor.
Terry, it seemed like you had seized momentum, and then the rain delay. Do you feel like that reset the game?
You know, I don't think it really. I mean, Brian Shaw was the guy out there, and of all our guys, he can bounce back probably as good as anybody. I really don't think so. I mean, it just, you know, they're a good team, and they keep coming at you. I mean, that was tough for them. You know, we tied that, and you know, a lot of teams might fold. You know, they didn't. But we didn't either. We ran out of time, and you know, it hurts. It hurts because we care so much. But I still want our guys to carry their heads high because they deserve to do that.
Finally, Terry, what did you say to your team, either individually or collectively?
We met for a minute, and I mean, they know how we feel, but I just wanted to thank them for me and the coaches, because like I was telling you, I mean, it's an honor to go through something like this with this group, and we don't take it lightly, and we appreciate it and we care, and I just thought they deserved to hear that.
Terry, congratulations on a great season and providing a great night of baseball.
Thanks, Tom. It was, like I said, it was an honor to be a part of that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Back to you.
Well, you can see in that interview why Terry Francona is loved in this game. Two-time world champion manager. He won in 04 and 07 in Boston, and he is a leader of men. Nice to have him stop by and gracious in that interview with Tom Verducci. There's our set. The guys are revving it up and getting ready to go. Kevin Burkhardt, Alex Rodriguez, Frank Thomas, and Pete Rose. But tonight it's the Cubs. They went through the Giants in the division series. It took 4. They went through the Dodgers in the NLCS. It took 6. And they went through the Cleveland Indians in the World Series. It took 7 and then some. 10 innings and a final of 8-7. A game none of us will ever forget. The Chicago Cubs celebrating tonight here in Cleveland and back in Chicago. It is on in Chicago. Stay safe back there. World champion Chicago Cubs. Kevin Burkhardt and the guys on the other side of the break. A draining series. A pleasure to call. Kevin, next up.